Chapter 2809. When Zichen finished speaking, the surroundings were in an uproar. He was facing a group of Black Order battle generals alone. He was at a disadvantage, yet he said he wanted them to attack together. It had to be said that he was only a level 5 Black Order. Among these people, there were even level 6 Black Orders. Was this arrogance? Or arrogance? In the eyes of the surrounding god generals, Zichen's actions were arrogance. No one thought that Zichen's actions were out of confidence. Hearing Zichen's words, the Black Order god general stilled. The level 6 said, "You boast shamelessly." Zichen did not speak. His response was simple. He charged forward and attacked. Extreme speed and the 9 extreme weapons. Pew! The 2-colored blade flashed. A head flew high into the air. In the eyes of the distant spectators, the most powerful Black Order god general had been beheaded in one blow. Before many people could react, Zichen had retreated to his original position. He sheathed his blade and stood indifferently as though he had never moved. Across from him, a level 5 Black Order god general had lost his head. His headless body was still spitting blood. 3 breaths later, the light on his body disappeared and he fell towards the ground. The head that had flown into the distance landed first and rolled forward. He was dead. The surroundings were silent for a moment. Everyone stared with wide eyes. One blow. With just one blow, he had killed a Black Order god general of the same level. What kind of battle prowess was this? The rest of the divine generals of the Black Order reacted. Their expressions changed drastically, and they felt a strong chill in their hearts. This time, they had received orders to come outside the battlefield. When they accidentally learned that the other had many gains, they thought they had profited. They had not thought that this person could instantly kill someone of the same level, and instantly kill a Black Order god general. Zichen's body twisted, and he disappeared from his spot. The Black Order god generals changed expressions again. Pew! A saber light suddenly appeared, and another head flew up. Under the power of yin and yang, being beheaded meant death. 9 flashes of lightning was still the fastest speed in the world, even though Zichen had become a being comparable to a god general. In such a short distance, the Black Order divine generals had no time to react to the eruption of the 9 fleeting thunderbolts. The sheathed saber was one of the 9 extremes weapons, and its sharpness was unquestionable. Finally, Zichen's yin and yang powers were responsible for destroying life. Everyone attacked together. In the blink of an eye, 2 level 5s had died. Clearly, at this moment, these Black Order divine generals could see the threat that Zichen posed. Thus, they no longer cared about their reputation and joined forces to attack. 1. Behind Zichen, the heavenly thunder wings appeared and flashed with lightning. There were only 9 extremes weapons on this life star, and this was the second one. With a light flap of his lightning wings, Zichen disappeared from his original spot. Puff! As expected, the 3rd Black Order divine general was killed. Puff! Then there was the 4th one, the 5th person. A powerful aura surged as boundless divine light filled the sky. One attack after another fell from the sky. There was a blade edge, a sword gleam, and a powerful defense. Amidst the surging divine light, there was also a ray of divine light. The speed of the divine light was faster. In just a blink of an eye, it broke the defense and pierced through the bodies of the Black Order divine generals. It didn't matter if they were level 5s or level SXS, they were all killed by the divine light in just a blink of an eye. Zichen's figure flashed in the midst of those attacks, dodging them one by one. While doing so, he pulled out his saber, and the yin and yang saber light swept forward. The divine generals in the distance saw this, and they were all astounded. Some of them were guards, some were divine generals, and some had entered the battlefield before. In their hearts, they all dreamed of entering the Black Order battlefield, which was their ultimate goal. because the Black Order battlefield had many rare resources that could help them break through the realm quickly. At the same time, the Black Order represented glory. It could be said that besides the 108 divine generals in the divine world, the Black Order Divine General had the highest position. The Black Order Divine General's glory was second only to the Divine Generals. However, no one had ever thought that these Black Order Divine Generals would be killed that easily today. Not only level 5s, but even level SAXS were killed. The god power in the sky disappeared, and the powerful energy fluctuations dispersed. Heaven and earth resumed its tranquility. The surroundings were still so quiet that even the sound of breathing seemed to have stopped. Originally, there were more than a dozen Black Order Divine Generals, but now there were only 2 left. One was Zichen, who was at level 5s, and the other was the level SXS who had spoken earlier. At this moment, there was a wound on the chest of the level SAXS, and blood kept flowing out of the wound. He tried to stop the bleeding, but to no avail. There was a special energy above the wound, and this energy prevented the wound from healing. Among the crowd, Guardfan's face was full of shock. He was the one who had guided Zichen into the battlefield. At that time, Zichen was only at level 1s. He had heard some things about Zichen and knew that he was an extraordinary existence with limitless achievements in the future. Unfortunately, because he had been set up, he had to enter the Black Order battlefield. He did not think that a level 1's existence could survive in the Black Order battlefield. He did not expect that Yi Shiwen would come back alive today, and the plan was not over yet. However, he saw the powerful side of Yi Shiwen. At this moment, seeing that there was only 1 level SAXS left, he was very sure that once Yi Shiwen reached level 9s, he would definitely become a ranked Divine General, and his ranking would be very high. Many Divine Generals around had the same thought as Guardfan. With such powerful combat strength, once Yi Shiwen reached level 9s, he would naturally be qualified to challenge the ranked Divine Generals. Those were the ranked Divine Generals, the Divine Generals with the highest status in the Divine Realm. It was said that they would be personally received by the gods. Do you have anything else to say? Zichen looked at the level SIXS in front of him. If not, then you can go on your way. Zichen narrowed his eyes, and coldness surged in his eyes. Stop! A cold voice came from afar, and a powerful aura surged. Zichen moved. A gust of wind blew past, and the level SX robe fluttered. His eyes widened, and divine light shone on the surface of his body. The flickering divine light disappeared after a while, and the light in his widened eyes gradually dimmed. He slowly lowered his head and saw that there was a deeper wound on his chest, and blood was gushing out. A destructive and violent energy entered his sea of consciousness, destroying his divine soul. He wanted to say something, but in the end he did not say anything. His vision turned dark, and the moment his consciousness dissipated, he lost control of his body and fell to the ground. Zichen stood behind the level SXS, and the long saber in his hand had been sheathed. The aura on the horizon was getting closer, and it was powerful and violent at the same time. I asked you to stop. Didn't you hear me? The voice became colder, and it was filled with anger. Zichen slowly turned his head and looked at the other party. His eyes were narrowed, and they were as sharp as blades. A figure surrounded by divine light descended from the sky and landed in front of Zichen. It was a divine general. His eyes flashed coldly as he stared at Zichen, and he said again, I asked you to stop. Didn't you hear me? Zichen said with an indifferent expression, Why should I stop? Killing is forbidden here, the person said coldly. The surroundings were still very quiet. During this time, many people recognized this divine general. He was a level 7's manager of this place, a level 7's divine general. Although he was not at the Black Order level, his combat strength was definitely not to be underestimated. You're too late. They broke the rules and tried to kill people. They have already suffered the consequences of their actions. An indifferent smile flitted across Zi Chen's lips. With a wave of his hand, beams of energy descended from the sky. These beams of light swept up the corpses of the Black Order Divine Generals and flew toward Zichen. Seeing this, a light flashed in the eyes of the Level 7's Divine General. He raised his hand and swung it down. A sharp blade of light flashed quickly, and divine light surged, cutting these corpses in half. What's the meaning of this? Looking at the corpses that fell to the ground again, Zi Chen turned his head and stared at the other party, his eyes as cold as blades. You have broken the rules of the God Clan and killed people here. You have to come with me. As for their dead bodies, they are the evidence. The Level 7's Divine General said coldly, his tone brooking no refusal. Everyone here knew that the dead Black Order Divine Generals were a huge fortune. Although their Black Orders could not be used, they definitely had the resources that they had exchanged from the Black Order battlefield. In the outside world, the price of these resources was extremely high, and they could only be found by chance. Now that more than a dozen Black Order Divine Generals had died, the resources in their divine rings were definitely abundant. No one was willing to hand over such a rich resource. Since you're so righteous, why didn't you show up earlier? Zi Chen's voice became colder and colder. He hated people like this the most. They did not follow the rules, but used them to oppress others. If they wanted to rob him, they could have just come up. Saying such righteous words was simply disgusting. Aren't I here now? In the God Realm, even if you're a Black Order Divine General, you have to follow the rules. Otherwise, before the other party could finish speaking, Zi Chen coldly said, "Why don't you go and die as well?" With that, he charged forward. He turned into a flash of lightning and went straight for the Level 7's Divine General. "You're courting death." Seeing that the Level 5s dared to charge at him, the Level 7's Divine General was furious. Although he was not a Black Order Divine General, he was qualified to receive one long ago. He just did not exchange for it. The pupils of the Level 7's Divine General suddenly shrank. Zi Chen was already in front of him. The void twisted and an invisible pressure fell on him. A blade, shining with yin-yang light, fell on his head. The Level 7's Divine General shouted and raised his palm to meet the attack. Boom! Energy vibrated and a powerful wave spread out. The Level 7's Divine General retreated in the wave. As he retreated, he suddenly felt a chill. His expression changed again, and he disappeared from where he stood. A flash of divine light swept past where he had disappeared. After dodging this attack, the Level 7's Divine General's expression became serious. Obviously, this person was not easy to deal with. Just as he steadied his mind and decided to face the battle properly, he saw dual-colored lightning lotuses appear in front of him one after another. These lightning lotuses quickly flew towards him. The aura of each one was not strong, but there were many of them. Boom! The thunder lotuses that were moving forward exploded. It was as if a chain reaction had occurred, and the rumbling sounds continued to ring out. One after another, thousands of thunder lotuses exploded. The booms were endless. Chapter 28:10. The thunder lotuses exploded one after another, and the world rumbled continuously. The yin-yang energy spread in the sky and spread into the distance. The surrounding heavenly generals cried out and retreated. They were extremely shocked. The energy waves were so strong that they could clearly feel the threat of death from them. This was just the aftermath of the energy waves. What if they were at the core of the energy? Would they be blasted into nothingness by the energy? Sensing the powerful energy waves, they had a clearer understanding of Zi Chen's combat strength. They felt even more admiration and respect for him. After retreating far away, they looked up at the sky. The energy was still raging and raging. The Level 7 Heavenly General did not appear as the energy surged. The shaking ripples gradually slowed down, and the raging energy slowly dissipated. Everyone looked up at the sky nervously and expectantly. The level 7 heavenly general appeared. He was still standing. He was not dead. The surrounding heavenly generals heaved a sigh of relief. They did not know if they were rejoicing or not. Perhaps deep in their hearts, they did not want this level 5 to be too powerful. However, the level 7 heavenly general was no longer as calm as before. His shining divine robe was torn and the divine light dimmed. There were wounds on his body, and blood flowed out from them. His facial features were twisted in anger. He was clearly alive, but he was injured. Seriously injured. "You must die." The pain from his body and the residual energy that was difficult to erase triggered the level 7 heavenly general's killing intent. "That's for you." Zichen gripped his long saber tightly. His black robe fluttered gently, and his body dispersed like smoke. His figure disappeared. Divine light flickered beside him. The heavenly god needle controlled by his doppelganger attacked first. The 7th grade divine general's pupils constricted as he felt a chill. The monstrous anger in his heart dissipated a little. His expression became solemn as he thrust his sword forward. Divine light flickered on the sword, and a powerful aura was released instantly. Clang! The sword light fell rapidly. The heavenly god needle was knocked away, and a ripple spread out. As soon as the needle retreated, the saber light arrived. A saber light fell from the sky. The yin-yang saber light illuminated the level 7 heavenly general's face. His expression became more serious. He held his sword in front of him. Divine light illuminated the surroundings, and he blocked the saber. The saber and the sword met. A visible ripple spread out in all directions. The level 7 divine general retreated as the yin and yang energy swept through his body. He felt more and more pain, as if the yin and yang energy that he couldn't get rid of had entered his bones. Zichen stood in place. Light flashed in front of him, and when the energy fluctuations reached him, he took the initiative to circle to the sides. He looked coldly at the retreating 7th level divine general. His robe was swept up by the strong wind, but it did not fall down. His figure disappeared again. A muffled groan sounded. The 7th grade divine general's body was sent flying as if he had been struck by a heavy blow. Divine blood splattered in the air. Zichen's figure reappeared. His rolled-up robe slowly fell down, but the coldness in his eyes did not diminish. When the spectators saw this scene, they were even more shocked. Even the powerful level 7 had no power to fight back at this moment. The 7th grade divine general retreated again and again. His dignified expression had turned into shock, and his eyes were filled with deep fear. When he saw that Zichen was no longer disappearing, he wiped away the blood at the corner of his mouth and tidied his robes. He took in the expressions of the spectators. As one of the stewards of this place, how could he be so shameful? He stared at Zichen and said coldly, "How dare you attack me here? Do you want to die?" His voice shook the heavens and rolled out as if carrying a vast majesty. Zichen looked at him and chose to remain silent. This silence was mistaken by the 7th grade divine general as fear. He continued to shout, "You have violated the rules of the god race. Even if you can avoid death, you can't escape punishment. Come with me obediently to receive your punishment." Zichen said with a cold expression, "So you really do want to die?" The 7th grade divine general glared at him and said, "You dare?" "I am." Before he could finish his words, a sudden change occurred in the sky. The space began to distort, and a huge vortex formed. Light was released from the vortex, illuminating this part of the world. Everyone subconsciously looked up and saw rays of light falling from the vortex. These rays of light were formed from the pure power of laws and contained many kinds of laws. The 7th grade divine general looked up at the sky, and his body shone with divine light, forming a defense. At the same time he shouted, "Do you want to die?" The light of laws fell, penetrated the defense, and fell on his body. The surroundings were in an uproar. These laws ignored the defense. Surrounded by the laws, the seventh-grade divine general felt that his body was no longer under his control. It was as if he had fallen into a quagmire, and he felt a strong pressure. Fear appeared on his face. When he looked up, he happened to see Zi Chen's figure disappear again. He cursed in his heart, and a powerful aura erupted from his body, wanting to shatter these laws. Crack! The light shield around him shattered, turning into energy that scattered in all directions. A sharp saber light appeared in front of his eyes. There was only the saber light left in his eyes. His fear had reached its limit, and he wanted to call for help. Poof! The saber light swept past, and divine blood splattered. Decapitation! Zi Chen stood behind the seventh-grade divine general, glancing indifferently at the severed head on the ground, and said indifferently, "Why do you want to die?" The surrounding onlookers were shocked. They did not expect that even a seventh-grade divine general would be no match for him. A fifth-grade divine general killed a seventh-grade divine general. Even the ranked divine generals were no match for him. Sensing the seventh-grade divine general's lifeless body, everyone was certain that if Zi Chen did not die prematurely when he reached ninth grade, he would definitely be ranked as one of the 108 strongest generals in the divine realm. Sheathing his saber, Zi Chen turned his head to look at someone in the distance and said, "Do you still want to come?" Everyone turned their heads, and only then did they see a middle-aged man standing in the distance. He was looking ahead at Zi Chen. Hearing Zi Chen's words, he frowned and fell silent. Zi Chen did not wait for his reply, and the light of energy in his hand flickered again. The light brought the Black Order Divine Generals and the seventh-grade Divine General's corpse to his side and disappeared. Looking at the disappearing corpses, everyone swallowed their saliva. That was a huge fortune. Zi Chen glanced at the middle-aged man again. He still did not speak, nor did he come forward, but he was no longer frowning. He turned and left. Seeing Zi Chen's figure disappear into the horizon, the middle-aged man let out a low sigh. More than a dozen Black Order Divine Generals died here. This is going to be troublesome. He shook his head, turned, and returned to the city. The guards who came to watch the show seemed to have thought of something when they saw the figure turn and leave, and their faces were filled with shock. The battle was over and Zi Chen had left. The quiet surroundings became lively. They excitedly discussed the previous battle, their eyes filled with fanaticism and yearning. Zi Chen flew into the distance, and he did not encounter any more trouble. Soon he returned to a nearby city and began to teleport. After several teleportations, he returned to Tobi City. It had been hundreds of years, and the city had become more lively than before. There were so many people in the city that it had become a trading ground. When Zi Chen left, he left behind many corpses of creatures from another time and space, enough to be harvested for many years. Lena knew that he was not here, so she would definitely make reasonable arrangements. Apart from this, he also left behind resources from the mother nest. Once the city's popularity declined, these resources would be taken out to ensure the flow of people to the trading ground. Now it seemed that the city was well taken care of. Looking at the city and the lively crowd, Zi Chen felt a bit emotional. When he left, he was only level 1, and the road ahead was filled with danger. Now he had returned as level 5. Zi Chen turned around and glanced at the guards. He gave them a faint smile before he left. Looking at the figure in the distance, the guards were startled. They felt that they had seen him somewhere before, but they could not remember where. Suddenly, one of the guards' expression changed, and he cried out, "It's Sir! Sir has returned!" Although this city used Tobi's name, the people who served the city knew that there was a real Sir here. That person was the goddess fiancée, Zi Chen. Zi Chen spread out his spiritual sense and sensed Tobi's aura in the city, Lord's residence. With a flash of light, he disappeared. When he reappeared, he was outside the city, Lord's residence. There were already guards guarding the place. Zi Chen walked forward. Two guards stopped him and asked, "Who are you? Do you have a token?" Without a token, one could not see the city lord. Zichen smiled and said, "I don't have a token, but I will soon." The guards were startled, not understanding what Zichen meant. They had all arrived later and had never seen Zichen before. At this moment, a figure rushed out of the city lord's residence. "Sir, it's really you." This figure rushed out quickly, looking very excited. "Greetings, city lord." When the guards at the entrance saw this figure, they immediately bowed. "Just call me Zichen. Wouldn't it be too distant to call me sir?" Zichen looked at Toby and smiled as he put his arm around his neck. Toby had become a divine general, and a second general at that. His progress was not small. "When did you come back?" Toby was very excited. "I just came back. This was my first stop." Zichen said with a smile, "It seems that you have taken good care of this city." "It's not my work, it's Jolina." The two walked toward the city lord's residence with arms around each other's shoulders. All the guards were dumbfounded by what they saw. "The goddess is not here. She has been very worried about you. Now that you are back, I believe she will be very happy," Toby said after entering the residence. Zichen nodded. When he released his spiritual sense, he did not sense Iqian's aura. After a simple chat with Toby, Zichen left. After leaving Toby City, Zichen chose to teleport to Iqian City. During this time, he saw many cities in this area. Clearly, many divine envoys had come to the city in the past few years. Now, the outer area had become more and more prosperous. Soon, Zichen arrived outside Iqian City. It was still lonely here, but there were many creatures from different dimensions. When these creatures saw Zichen, they rushed toward him. Zichen's body flickered with light, forming a powerful fluctuation. This fluctuation spread out and swept over the city, causing ripples to appear on the divine city's light barrier. The yin and yang fluctuations continued to spread, and a divine light appeared above. The divine light turned into a light shadow. It was Iqian. Looking at Zichen in front of her, her beautiful eyes were filled with surprise and disbelief. Zichen looked at Iqian, smiled, and said, "I'm back." The divine light flashed again, and she appeared beside Zichen and threw herself into his arms. Zichen hugged Iqian. I made you worry," Zichen said softly as he smelled a faint fragrance in his arms. Chapter 28:11. In the sky, Zichen was hugging Iqian. The wind gently fluttered their robes. The two of them were silent, but they could feel each other's feelings. It was a happy moment. "Master Zichen is back." "Master is back." Untimely voices rang out from the city, one after another. Happiness was always short. Iqian got out of Zichen's embrace, her face shy. Zichen smiled at Iqian, then looked down and saw the excited crowd. They were all familiar faces, but he didn't know the names of many of them. The monk Xingqin and Zhang Haoyin weren't here. Lin Shui and Meng Yao weren't here either. Back in the city, in the living room, looking at Zichen's doubtful face, Iqian said, "They all left." "Did he go to the battlefield?" Zichen tapped the table lightly with his finger, a hint of worry in his eyes. "Yeah, but don't worry. They went to the lowest level battlefield. They said they wanted to make a name for themselves there. Then they will go up to the Black Order level." Iqian handed the tea to Zichen. Zichen nodded lightly. If everyone left together, it would indeed be less dangerous. However, he was still a little worried that someone would harm them. "I advised them, but the monk said it was boring to rely on you all the time. They wanted to go out and explore. Otherwise, when the people on this life star establish a foothold here, everyone will only remember you, Zichen. No one will remember him." Iqian chuckled and said, "At that time he spoke so passionately as if he was some kind of great hero." Zichen could imagine the monk's tone at that time. He also smiled. They were the peerless existences on this life star. Each of them had tremendous potential. Moreover, they had the 9 extreme weapons. Shi Yan believed that the soul in the 9 extreme weapons would teach them the method to control the ancestral steel when they were in danger. If we didn't need someone to guard this place, I would have left already. Yi Qian sized up Zichen, feeling sorry for him. You're back so soon. You've reached level 5. Seems like you've suffered a lot. Why do you say that? Shouldn't you be envious of my good luck and fast breakthrough speed? Zichen said in surprise. How can luck come out of nowhere? Just a few hundred years in exchange for such combat strength. I wonder how much suffering he had to go through? Yi Qian's eyes reddened. It's fine. My luck is indeed not bad. I found a spiritual battle world and stayed there for a while. Then I made a breakthrough. Zichen looked at Yi Qian and said with a smile, You're not bad either. You're already a 3rd grade divine general. Yi Qian did not go out to train, but she had reached level 3 in these years. Her speed of improvement was not considered slow. When did Monk and the others leave? Zichen asked. They left 2 years after you left. Yi Qian said, I asked people to gather information on the battlefield. If they were in danger, they would send a message back. So far, there has been no news. They should be fine. Zichen nodded. With so many people going together, it shouldn't be a problem for them to advance step by step from the low-level battlefield. By the time they came out, the resources that Zichen had obtained might not be useful to them. Therefore, he took out the level 5 law crystals that he had exchanged this time. Yi Qian was very surprised to see so many law crystals. The crystals emitted a bright light, and the law aura released from them caused her soul to fluctuate and produce a desire. Zichen said, These are level 5 law crystals. They are useful to anyone below level 5. Take them. You can decide how to distribute them. Yi Qian nodded and did not refuse. She and Zichen did not need to be so polite because the 2 of them were already inseparable. After giving all the level 5 law crystals to Yi Qian, Zichen said, Let's go out for a walk. Yi Qian looked at Zichen in surprise. He did not seem like someone who would accompany others out for a walk. We have to consider developing our forces, Zichen said. Yi Qian was a little disappointed. He was indeed not someone who would go out for a walk for no reason. The 2 of them left the divine city and flew in all directions. Yi Qian's city had already been moved. It was not far from the mother nest that he had taken down. The creatures from another dimension here were all level 9. LV Peng had already started to build a teleportation array. Yi Qian's city could no longer be moved, so their future development could only be centered here. The 2 of them walked forward. Just when Yi Qian thought that even if they had a purpose, it was not a bad idea to walk around, she saw a light appear beside Zichen. The light turned into a humanoid figure. It was a soul body. Zichen introduced, It's called Jono. Yi Qian's beautiful eyes fell on Jono. At this time, Jono was also looking at Yi Qian. Yi Qian's beauty made his eyes light up. Yi Qian, my fiancé, Zichen said. Yi Qian's pretty face blushed. Jono nodded, and then his gaze fell on other places. Clearly, he was full of curiosity about this unfamiliar world. I found Jono in the spiritual warrior's world. He's very amazing. After explaining to Yi Qian, Zichen said, Jono, what do you think of this place? Very good. Although the level of spiritual power is not high, it's abundant and unlimited. Jono was very satisfied with this place. Zichen pointed to the city behind and said, That's my city. My friends are all there. You need to take route nearby. Jono nodded and then flew in all directions. Although he was only a soul body and his combat power was not strong, he had absorbed a lot of vitality from the ancient trees. So these level 9 creatures from another dimension could not do anything to him. After looking around, his eyes flashed. Clearly, he was thinking of a place to take root. Yi Qian could not see what Jono's body was. She could only feel the surging vitality on his body. Jono flew forward, and Zichen and Yi Qian followed behind him. He flew around the city, and after returning, he asked, "Is this city only this big?" At this time, the city was more like a huge castle. After all, there were not many people in the city. Zichen shook his head and said, "No, it can be even bigger." "How big can it become?" Jono asked. Zichen thought about it, and then marked a place with his soul. That was the place where the city could expand, but this place was bigger than Toby City. Obviously, after the city's range was fixed, Jono would take root and expand outside the city's range. Jono thought about it seriously, and then looked at Zichen and said, "About this problem, I talked to Vini about it. He told me that, if possible, I should take root in the city." "Take root in the city? Why?" Zichen was startled. "I don't know." Jono shook his head. Vini said that this might be good. "Vini, what are the benefits of taking root in the city?" Zichen asked the broodmother telepathically. There were many broodmother nests next to the broodmother. They had already started to lay eggs, and some creatures from another dimension had already hatched. Clearly, Vini could not wait to expand his forces. Jono was influenced by that stupid king, and he wants to expand in one direction. I suggest he expand in all directions and protect himself in the center. If he takes root in the city, then the city will become his foundation. That way he can protect the city. Outside the city is his army of spirit trees. With his willpower, enemies cannot attack from the sky. They can only attack from the ground. When that happens, they will have to face an endless sea of spirit trees. By the time they reach the city, there will be heavy casualties, Vini said. In Zichen's mind, he sketched out a scene. In a city, there was a towering ancient tree. Its branches and leaves covered the sky, protecting the city below. Outside the city, there was an endless sea of trees that formed a no-fly zone. Countless enemies reached the sea of trees, and they had no choice but to descend from the sky and pass through the sea of trees. Then they would be eaten by the spirit trees. Of course, there are disadvantages to doing this. For example, the divine formation in the city cannot be activated. At the same time, Jono's development will be slower than normal. This is because he needs to pass through the city. However, the entire city will be covered by his roots, and the defense will be more solid. Vini continued, "Your human city can expand without limit. When that time comes, all you need to do is cut down the spirit trees that are in the way. Of course, with my help, there will be an army of high-level life forms stationed in the forest. By then, unless a god comes, no one will be able to take down this place." Clearly, Vini understood Jono's characteristics very well. That was why he thought of this. Zichen was very satisfied with this arrangement. He looked at Jono and said, "All right then, you go and take root in the city." The current Jono was still not strong, so as long as the city expanded slightly, it would be enough for Jono to grow. When he had the strength to resist these level 9 creatures from another space-time, it would not be too late for Zichen to ask Yi Qian to remove the divine formation. Yi Qian was confused. She did not know what the two were talking about. "Let's go back," Zichen said. At this time, the two of them had just walked out of the city for about 10 miles. After returning, Zichen looked at Yi Qian and said, "Prepare to expand this city." Although she did not know what Zichen wanted to do, Yi Qian clearly had absolute trust in him. She nodded and began to expand the city. The divine formation underground was activated, and a huge vortex appeared in the sky. Colorful light flowed in the vortex, absorbing the divine energy between heaven and earth. The earth began to tremble, and the divine city began to expand. Jono looked at this scene curiously. When the others sensed the strong fluctuation, they all walked out. Seeing the city expand, they were very curious. Yi Qian controlled the expansion of the city, and the city grew bigger and bigger. Soon it exceeded 10 miles, then 20 miles, then 50 miles. During this time, The level 9 creatures from another space-time were all shaken away by the fluctuation caused by the expansion of the city. Okay. After the city expanded to 100 miles, Zichen nodded and signaled Yi Qian to stop. For a long time, the city did not need to expand anymore. Above the city, the divine formation was still there. Zichen looked at Jono and guided it to the core of the city. Jono nodded and headed for the core. Chapter 28:12. The appearance of this green sprout had consumed more than 90% of Jono's life force. This meant that it had been reborn. Its current aura had become very weak. Even the green sprout showed signs of withering. Everyone stared curiously at the tiny green sprout. They were very surprised. After all, it was in human form before. Use the ancient Tree King's life force. Vinyi's voice rang out in Zichen's mind. Zichen opened the world. Surging life force descended from the sky, turning into a stream of light and sprinkling on the tiny green sprout. To reactivate Jono's life force, the ancient Tree King's life force was obviously the best. At this time, the life force fell and was absorbed by the tiny green sprout. The green sprout glowed again and began to grow rapidly. The first leaf grew, followed by the second and the third. At this time, the green sprout had also become a small tree, 1 meter tall. The others looked in front of them in confusion. They did not understand why Zichen wanted to plant trees in the city. Yi Qian was also very confused at this time, but she did not ask. Zichen's expression was solemn. Clearly, he cared a lot about this small tree. The surging life force in the sky was still sprinkling down. This life force was very rich and of a very high level. Even if they were just standing on the periphery and absorbed a little, they felt refreshed. The small tree began to grow. It was already 2 meters tall, then 3 meters, and its roots expanded as it grew. When it grew to 5 meters tall, Vinyi said, "Okay, it can already devour life force by itself. There's no need to waste the ancient Tree King's life force. A normal spirit tree's life force will do." There was only one ancient Tree King. Every bit of life force used, it would be less. Naturally, it could not be wasted. Most importantly, this thing was very useful to it. In the sky, the falling life force stopped. The people in the distance also breathed a sigh of relief. With so much life force that even moved them, it seemed too extravagant to pour it into a plant. At this time, the space above expanded again. A thick ancient tree fell from the sky, smashing down on the small tree that had just grown to 5 meters. Exclamations came from all around. If the ancient tree fell like this, it would definitely smash the small tree. However, Zichen was there, so they did not make a move. Zichen did not move. Yi Qian raised her eyebrows and prepared to attack. At this time, the small tree suddenly released rays of light. These rays of light were like tentacles, extending upwards and then turned into palms, holding the falling ancient tree in midair. A small tree was actually able to support an ancient tree that was several hundred times its size. This was too inconceivable. Whoa! The light on the palms shone again, and a light trembling sound was heard. The thick ancient tree withered at a speed visible to the naked eye. At the same time, the life force contained in the ancient tree entered the small tree's body. The little tree began to grow. In the blink of an eye, the ancient tree above had completely withered. In the end, it exploded with a loud bang, turning into endless fragments that fell down below. This devouring speed caused the expressions of the surrounding people to change. Shwa! Another ancient tree fell from the sky. Just like before, it landed on Jono and was devoured by Jono. Ancient trees were devoured one after another. Soon, they withered and disappeared. Jono's body was rapidly growing. This was Yi Qian's city. She had absolute control over this place. She knew that this small tree in front of her had more than just these changes. Under the ground, the spiritual energy gathered by the endless array was rapidly being devoured by the small tree's roots. The small tree's growth was not slow, but the roots under the ground were growing faster. If this continued, it would not be long before the roots reached the entire city, or even the edge of the city, clashing with the city's array. Jono had refined more than 100 ancient trees. Its body had grown to 50 meters, and its roots were hard for a person to hug. Shwa, shwa, shwa. The ancient trees that were falling from the sky began to fall unceasingly. Jono's body turned into thousands of palms, grabbing at the ancient trees. It was constantly devouring and growing. At the same time, the divine power in the city formed a huge energy vortex. Jono was in the center of the vortex. In addition to the vitality of the ancient trees, the vitality of those higher life forms can also be used. Vinny's voice sounded again. Once we occupy this place, those higher life forms will be useless. The higher life forms that Vinny was talking about were the space-time creatures outside. Zichen nodded. The world expanded again. The entire sky suddenly darkened, and countless ancient trees fell from the sky. The others immediately retreated. The ancient trees fell from the sky. In the blink of an eye, the city that had expanded to 100 li was completely filled with ancient trees. These ancient trees were left for Jono to refine. His figure flashed, and he left the city. After reaching the outside world, Zichen opened his world and spread it out. 10 li, 100 li, 1,000 li, 10,000 li, 100,000 li. Zichen's world covered 100,000 li. A rumbling sound resounded. His world opened. Rays of light shot out from the sky, and a powerful suction force came from within. The space-time creatures within 100,000 li raised their heads and stared blankly at the light that suddenly appeared in the sky. Then they didn't resist and flew toward it. Whoa! All the creatures from another dimension within a radius of 100,000 miles were easily collected by Zichen. After they arrived in his world, they were mobilized by the rules that fell down. Then the rules of destruction appeared and directly extinguished their life force. With so many space-time creatures, if they were exchanged for materials, it would definitely be a heart-shaking number. But Zichen didn't exchange for them. Instead, he returned to the city. In less than a quarter of an hour, 90% of the ancient trees in the city had been consumed. Jono's palms grew even more, constantly grabbing and devouring the ancient trees. Above the sky, Yiqian and the others were shocked by his huge appetite. Again, Zichen smiled. His world opened, and more ancient trees and space-time creatures fell from the sky. Not all of the people in the city were divine generals. There were quite a few divine envoys. They might not recognize the ancient trees or know how powerful they were when they were alive, but they recognized the space-time creatures. At this moment, the space-time creatures descending from the sky were at least level 8, and the strongest were at level 9. There were simply too many to count. They had been to Toby City and knew how much these things were worth there. At this moment, seeing so many level 8 and level 9 space-time creatures falling from the sky, they were extremely shocked. Everyone was shocked by Zichen's generosity and also by Jono's huge appetite. At this time, Jono was already more than 100 meters tall, and his trunk had become even thicker. And the biggest change was not on the surface, but under the ground. At this moment, within a radius of 100 miles, which was the bottom of the city, had been completely covered by entangled tree roots. If the ground was broken at this time, they wouldn't be able to see what was deep underground. The first thing they would see would be the tree roots. At this time, these tree roots already had extremely strong offensive power and were trying to attack the base of the formation underground. Under attack, the light shield of the city trembled. Yiqian looked at Zichen. Zichen looked up at Jono and said, "Jono, if the formation is broken, this city will be under your protection." A human face appeared in the ancient tree in front of them. It looked at Zichen and said, "I understand." As soon as it finished speaking, it grew again. This time it grew even faster. 200 meters, 300 meters, 400 meters. During this time, it didn't extend its branches and leaves, but grew in a straight line. Of course, while it was growing, Zichen had an endless supply of resources. The ancient tree king that Zichen saw was very huge, but now Jono was less than 1% of its size. It grew to a height of 1,000 meters. Everyone raised their heads and looked at it in shock. At this range, it had reached the maximum height that the Great City Barrier Formation could extend. Jono said, "It's done." Zichen nodded and motioned for Yi Qian to remove the Great City Barrier Formation. With a thought, Yi Qian removed the Great City Barrier Formation. Buzz! Above the sky there was a tremor. The 1,000-meter-tall Jono's branches and leaves began to expand in all directions. A shadow fell from the sky, and Jono's branches and leaves shrouded the top of the city. At the same time, in Yi Qian's perception, those tree roots also extended to the outside world. Outside the city, there was a tremor. After some people turned their heads, they were shocked to see that a big tree had appeared outside the city. This big tree was growing rapidly. It wasn't just one tree, but many. One tree after another, these big trees surrounded the city from the outside of the city walls. Of course, there were no big trees at the city gate. Above the head, the shadow fell completely. Jono's body completely protected the city, and at the end of the branches and leaves, ancient trees grew out. Then, outside these ancient trees, another circle of ancient trees appeared, and outside these ancient trees, there were even more ancient trees. As long as there was endless vitality, Jono could continue to expand. One had to know that when it was at its strongest, it controlled an entire line of ancient trees, from the outermost to the center. In the end, the ancient trees in that world fell into the hands of Zichen. At this time, he also had endless vitality to supply Jono, although this vitality couldn't help Jono break through, and there would be a huge loss in the process, making it impossible for Jono to develop an endless forest. Just 1% or even 1,000th of the original would be enough. Everyone flew up at the same time and looked around. They saw that there was a forest outside the city. At this time, there were still ancient trees growing outside the forest. It was obvious that it was still expanding. This scene made them extremely shocked. They had actually created a forest in such a short period of time. But they also didn't understand. What was the use of such a forest? At this time, a green light, with Jono as the center, spread in all directions. Wherever the light passed, the growing ancient trees were awakened, and pairs of eyes appeared from the trunks of the trees. In the next moment, all the ancient trees began to emit light, and the light connected together. Chapter 28:13. In fact, the will of the forest was not really a no-fly zone. It only formed a curtain of rules that separated the sky from the earth, so that the people above could not enter, and the people below could not go up to the sky. The rules of this world were the same as the rules of the spiritual battlefield. After the will of the forest was formed, the people in the city felt a pressure coming from above. In less than half a day, a forest appeared outside the city, and there was a towering ancient tree in the city. This made everyone extremely shocked and puzzled. What is this? Yi Qian looked at Zichen in confusion. At this time, there was no formation in the city. Without the protection of the formation, if a creature from another spacetime came, it would be able to easily enter the city. Zichen chuckled and did not explain. He directly opened the world, and a creature from another spacetime appeared in the world. This was hatched by the mother nest. After it appeared, it stood there in a daze, and there was no hostility in its eyes. A light appeared from Jono's body. This light quickly extended and came close to the motionless creature from another spacetime, and then threw it out of the city. With a whistling sound, its body flew out of the city. However, just as it arrived outside the city, an ancient tree opened its eyes, and then stretched out its branches and leaves, caught the creature in midair, and then threw it out of the city. The branches of the nearby ancient tree stretched out, caught the creature from another space-time, and threw it out again. Then, the other ancient trees did the same until the creature from another space-time disappeared completely. When the people in the city saw this scene, they were all in disbelief. These ancient trees were all alive. At this moment, they clearly understood the true purpose of Zi-Chen's creation of this forest. At this moment, a second creature from another space-time appeared. After it appeared, it flew up into the sky. Buzz! As soon as it reached the sky, the void trembled, and a net of rules appeared, shaking it down from above. Obviously, there was a defense in the sky, but it was invisible. In the future, this city will be guarded by Jono. Zi-Chen looked up at Jono and said, "Jono, remember their soul aura." Jono's figure appeared from the tree trunk. He nodded and said, "Yes, I have." This huge area would be completely under its control. As long as it remembered the auras of these people, the ancient tree would not attack them when they went out. If you want to leave this place and go to Toby City, you have to leave this place first. Zi-Chen retracted his gaze and looked at the others. When the others heard that, they were even more shocked. In that case, with the protection of this forest, this city would never fall. During this time in Zi-Chen's world, there were still corpses and ancient trees falling from the sky and being absorbed by Jono. It was very difficult to increase Jono's strength, but this life force could help Jono expand the area of the forest. Master, Jono can stop absorbing life force. With this forest around, he can rely on his own strength to absorb the energy of heaven and earth to grow and expand. Vini transmitted. Although the formation of the city had dissipated, the defense did not decrease. Just the ancient trees outside were enough to block a level 5 divine general, unless the person who came was a level 5 Black Order divine general. Continuing to provide Jono with life force would only be icing on the cake. Therefore, Zi-Chen stopped sending it. After all, these things could be exchanged for resources for others to cultivate. Next, Jono would rely on himself to increase his strength. The city had expanded to 100 li. It was very large, but the number of people was too small. It seemed very deserted. Zi-Chen looked at Yi Qian and asked, "How's LV Peng's teleportation formation?" Yi Qian shook her head and said, "It's not finished yet." Zi-Chen was not surprised. After all, this was a teleportation formation that connected two worlds. Not only did it consume a lot of resources, but it was also a huge project. It had only been a few hundred years, so it was normal that it was not finished yet, even with the help of the ninth heaven god. Speaking of which, without the help of the ninth heaven god, with Zi-Chen's current wealth, he would not even dare to think about building a teleportation formation. In the god realm, the person who had helped him the most was Yi Qian, the ninth heaven god. Yi Qian looked around and said, "Now that the city has grown bigger, it's even more deserted. It's like a wasteland. As far as the eye could see, there was nothing but empty land. There were not even any buildings." Zi-Chen said, "When the teleportation formation is completed, it will naturally become lively." This place was to be Zi-Chen's headquarters. The life star would start from here and spread throughout the god realm. It might even shake the entire god realm. Therefore, Zi-Chen was especially concerned about this place. Before everything was completed, he would not let the other members of the god race come. Moreover, other than divine generals, it was impossible for anyone else to come here. There were no teleportation formations, and the city was surrounded by creatures from another space-time. Even though Zi-Chen had already cleared out all the creatures from another space-time within 100,000 miles, it would not be long before new creatures from another space-time appeared. Yi Qian was completely focused on Zi-Chen, so she naturally would not go against his wishes. Although this place was too deserted as long as she was with Zi-Chen, so what if it was deserted? Jono had been settled. Now it was time for Vini. Since Vini could give Jono directions, it must have already thought of where it should go. Thus, Zi-Chen returned to the world and asked Vini for its thoughts. 2 places, Vinny said, "One is for me to leave this place and develop in a separate area," forming an army. "Once Master's faction is in danger or needs us to go to war, I will mobilize the army to fight. The second place is for me to hide in this city. Like Jono, I will develop my faction everywhere." Vinny said, "Personally, I would prefer to hide in the city. That way, no matter what happens here, I will know immediately and make some defensive preparations. The only drawback is that the Celestials will appear in this city in the future, which will arouse suspicion. Perhaps they will be able to guess my existence. Master needs to consider the consequences. Although the first place is hidden, as long as a war breaks out, people will know." The mother nest's concealment methods were very subtle. Apart from shadowless, no one could detect it. If it hid in this city, it would undoubtedly form another kind of protection for the city. "If you want to hide in the city, where do you plan to hide?" Zichen asked. "In Jono's unfolded branches and leaves. The brood mother wouldn't appear in her true form. Her hiding place could be inside one of the countless leaves. In terms of spatial laws, the mother nest control was the strongest Zichen had ever seen." "Master, do you want to develop your faction with this place as the center and expand in all directions?" Vinny asked. That's right." Zichen nodded. This was his idea. With this city as the center, he wanted to expand in all directions. Actually, in the God Realm, all the factions developed in this way. For example, the trade centers were located in the heart of a region. The most obvious of these were the 9 heavenly god cities. These 9 cities were located in the heart of a region, and then expanded into a region. If that's the case, it's better for me to stay in the city. That way, I can distribute the other mother nests in all directions. I can even hide in other cities. When the time comes, I can teleport to and from the city. If I want to gain experience, I can just leave the city." Vinny continued, "Master, you don't need to worry about my realm. My realm will continue to rise, and I'll strive to keep up with everyone's pace. Even my mother nests will grow. I won't suppress their realm. I'll let them continue to rise and unleash their potential. If that's the case, won't those mother nests be out of control?" Zichen knew that once the other mother nests became divine champions, they would be able to reproduce on their own and completely break free of control. For example, the one Zichen had killed had reached the general level and then devoured Vinny. "I have my ways. Master, please don't worry." Since Vinny wasn't worried about this problem, Zichen didn't ask any more questions. He was very tempted by Vinny's suggestion. In the future, all the cities he developed would have a general-level mother nest overseeing them. How inconceivable would that be? And not just mother nests, but also ancient tree kings like Jono. This was because when the endless forest spread, some ancient trees would develop intelligence and become tree spirits. After all, this was how Jono was born. When the time came, he would discuss with Jono and leave the souls of these tree spirits behind. It wasn't impossible for them to develop in other places. If it really reached this step, then all the cities developed by Zichen would become cities that couldn't be lost. He nodded and agreed to let Vinny hide in the city. "Before that, I hope that Master can send out more high-level creatures so that I can sense the situation in this area." Zichen opened the world and released more creatures from another dimension. After they appeared, they were thrown out by Jono, and then the ancient trees threw these creatures out. Etienne, who was next to him, watched the low-level creatures from another dimension appear one after another. She was very puzzled. Everything these creatures from another dimension saw would be transmitted to Vinny through the mother nests that controlled them. Soon, Vinny sensed the full picture of the surroundings and said, "Then let's hide in this forest first." As soon as he finished speaking, the mother nests that had multiplied turned into light and disappeared from the world opened by Zichen. They appeared in the city, but they didn't show their true bodies and traveled through the void. They disappeared one after another. Zichen didn't know where they were hiding. After the other mother nests were settled, Vinny also disappeared from Zichen's world. The next moment, he felt Vigny's presence. At this time, it was hidden 1,000 meters in the air. Chen couldn't see it with the naked eye, but he could sense it. Chen, who was next to him, didn't see it. Shadowless appeared beside Chen. He looked up and said, "It's very hidden. If you don't sense it carefully, you won't be able to see it." At this point, Chen finally had a foundation in the God realm. Next, he just had to wait patiently. Wait for the monk to return. Wait for LV Peng to return. During this time, he needed to relax and improve his strength. Chapter 28:14. Yiqian City was still empty. Although it wasn't overgrown with weeds, there wasn't a trace of human life. The hundreds of people in the city were also cultivating. Outside this forest, the roots were still extending underground, and new ancient trees were growing in the periphery. When Jono was expanding the forest, his realm would also increase. In Chen's room, he was cultivating cross-legged. This time, not only did he want to increase his strength, but he also wanted to comprehend extreme speed. He wanted to increase his overall battle strength, not just increase his realm. He had already been to the battlefield, and he believed that no one would ask him to go again. He needed time to settle down and become stronger. As for resources, he had a lot now. He didn't dare say that these resources would be enough for him to become a level 9 divine general, but he could at least reach level 8. In the bronze level battlefield, there was a group of people on a towering mountain peak. Among them were men and women, and there were also some battle beasts, either sitting or standing. They didn't belong to the divine race, but their auras were different from the divine race. It was the group from the Life Star. After Chen was deliberately tricked into entering the Black Order battlefield, they came to the bronze level battlefield not long after. Why did they come to the weakest battlefield? Naturally, they were worried that they would be tricked. They stayed for hundreds of years. At this time, other than the 8 beautiful women, everyone else's clothes were stained with blood, and there was a lingering smell of blood on them. Su Mingyao's group of 4, Qingnu, Li Ai, Brilliant, and Mingyu were in a much better state. Although they all looked tired from the battle, they were in good condition. Wuji rested against a large rock. In a short few hundred years, he had risen from level 1 general to level 4. Among the group, there were only 5 people who were level 4 generals. Qingnu was a level 3 general. She sat next to Wuji, leaning her head on his shoulder. As the oldest in the group, the craftsman ancestor was only a level 3 general. This wasn't because he rose slowly, but because he gave the resources that should have been his to Zhang Haoyan, allowing him to reach level 4. Evil Good Monk also reached level 4. With a shield, he was the main force of the group. Su Mengyao had also reached the 4th level. It was not because she had used a lot of resources, but because of her talent and her special way of cultivation. The last level 4 was Li Ai. She was the daughter of a deity and had a high innate talent. She also had the imitation of the heavenly god needle, so her battle prowess was also extremely strong. Other than that, the others were all level 3. They had just gone through a huge battle and were now resting. Lei Ting and Xing Qin, who were covered in blood, were on high alert. Golden light flowed around Tyrant's body. He had a benevolent look on his face as he held a piece of divine crystal in his hand. If one looked closely, they would see that the outline of the divine crystal looked like a head. The energy contained within the divine crystal entered his body and was converted into pure Buddhist energy by his cultivation technique. In the other directions, everyone was either recovering or resting. Everyone was silent. A gust of wind blew past the mountain peak, carrying with it a thick stench of blood. The 4 women gathered together at this time. Su Mengyao closed her eyes, a dim light flowing around her body, which made her look more ethereal. A moment later, she opened her eyes, and the light in her eyes faded. "Sister, how is it?" Lin Shuai looked at her and asked. Su Mengyao shook her head gently and said, "I can't deduce anything." There seems to be some kind of power that blinds the heavens. Hearing this, the other three looked a bit regretful. Crack! The divine crystal in Tyrant's hand cracked, and the last trace of energy was absorbed by him. The Buddhist light flowing around his body gradually dissipated, and a touch of anger appeared on his benevolent face. If I find out who is scheming against Lord Zhang, I will not forgive him. Ever since they came to this world, they had only returned to the camp once. After that, they had been fighting all the time. Unlike Ziqin, who encountered the spiritual battles world, they had not encountered anything. They were able to improve their cultivation quickly in these hundreds of years because of their battles. And every time they would encounter a group of enemies, once or twice was a coincidence, but if it happened every time for hundreds of years, then it was obviously not a coincidence. When we first came here, we didn't encounter so many enemies. But ever since we left the camp, the number of enemies has increased. It must be the people from the camp, Sky-Devouring Wolf, who had transformed into a human, said. Those damn bastards. When Lord Zhang has the strength, he will definitely go back to that camp and destroy it. Then Lord Zhang will build a new one. Tyrant was extremely dissatisfied. The manager of this camp is at level 9. You still have a long way to go, Craftsman Ancestor said with a smile. The others also laughed. Tyrant still had the strength to curse, which meant that he had recovered. The others had also almost recovered. Although the danger was not over, it did not affect their mood. I originally wanted to reach the Black Order level quickly, and then go to the Black Order battlefield to save Ziqin. But now, we can't even go back to the camp. Tyrant said, there are so many of us, and we are all in such a mess. Ziqin must be in deep water alone, thinking about it day and night, waiting for us to save him. At the end of his words, Tyrant could not help but laugh. He seemed to be very satisfied with Ziqin's deep water situation. Looking at the smile on Tyrant's face, Lin Shui said, Ziqin won't be like this. That's hard to say. Tyrant said excitedly, maybe he's hiding in some corner, shivering in the cold wind. He's terrified, but doesn't dare to say it out loud, and he's praying in his heart, Lord Zhang, come and save me. The others shook their heads and laughed. This monk was really a weirdo. His only reliance was the shield, which he shamelessly obtained from Ziqin. Now that he was in a bad situation, he actually hoped that Ziqin was in a worse situation than him. Su Mengyao glanced at the smug tyrant and said, Your expectations are too high. Ziqin will probably disappoint you. He has a world that he can open, so he won't hide in some corner. He will only be in his world, and his body is special. Normal cold wind can't do anything to him. Although that area is dangerous with a world, he has the power to protect himself. Also, he has Shadowless by his side, which can help him detect danger in advance. From all the signs, his situation is not worse than ours. The smile on Tyrant's face froze. He turned to look at Su Mengyao and said unhappily, Mengyao, I find that you're becoming more and more dishonest. Hearing this, the others laughed. This could be considered as finding joy in a difficult situation. The enemy is here. Thunder's voice sounded. Hearing this, everyone stood up. Sure enough, there were rays of light on the horizon. Another group of divine race had arrived. Licking his lips, Tyrant's battle intent rose. Light flashed, and with the light shield in his hand, Tyrant said, Since Ziqin's situation is better than ours, then I won't care about him. Lord Zhang has decided, if I don't build a camp here, I will not leave this bronze-level battlefield. As his voice fell, he took the lead and rushed towards the group of divine race. Buddhist light surged on his body, and the light shield was fully activated by him as he rushed forward. Boom! A powerful force shook. Like a cannonball, he landed among the divine race and sent them flying. Whoosh! The void distorted, and Zhang Haoqian appeared beside a divine race member who was sent flying. The short spike in his hand instantly slashed out. In the blink of an eye, a round hole appeared between the divine race member's eyebrows, and Zhang Haoyan's figure disappeared. Wu Ji, craftsman ancestor, Xing Qin, and the other experts charged forward. The battle instantly erupted. This was destined to be another cruel battle. Divine General Luo Wei arrived at Tobi City and saw the bustling city. Back then, it was he who stood his ground and did not hesitate to put down his future to build a trading ground here. After several hundred years of development, the liveliness of this place was comparable to other trading grounds. At the same time, more and more divine race members came to settle here. There were signs of prosperity. Seeing the bustling city, his gloomy mood dissipated by quite a bit. I hope Lord Ziqin had a backup plan. He sighed, then turned and walked towards the city, Lord's mansion. In the past few years, he had often come to Tobi City and was very familiar with City Lord Tobi. He was even familiar with Manager Zhou Lina, but he had never seen the goddess before. When the same guards saw Divine General Luo Wei, they immediately stepped aside and did not let him show his token. Last time, they had stopped someone, but unexpectedly, that person was Lord Ziqin. This made them excited for a long time, but at the same time they were also very nervous, worried that they would be blamed. However, more than a month had passed, and the city lord had not said anything. Clearly this matter had passed. Luo Wei, why are you here? In the city lord's mansion, Tobi was surprised to see Luo Wei. There's some trouble, Luo Wei said, a worried expression on his face. What trouble? Tobi asked, puzzled. The higher-ups have decided to open another trading ground. Why? They said that this area has been developing very quickly these past few years. One trading ground is clearly lacking, so they decided to open another one. Divine General Luo Wei said angrily. To put it bluntly, they have their eyes on the benefits here and want a share of the profits. When I first set up a trading ground here, everyone was against it, so I put my future on the line to come here. Now, just as things are getting better, those guys can't sit still anymore. So be it, Tobi said, as long as they don't come here. That's easy for you to say. The trading ground they're building is in Benson, Lu City. It's too close to here. Benson, Lu City. Tobi was surprised. That place was very close to here. Once another trading ground was opened, it would have a great impact on Tobi City. Divine General Luo Wei said worriedly, Did Lord Ziqin leave a lot of resources? Tobi shook his head and said not much. Luo Wei heard this and asked again, Then the goddess? Before Luo Wei could finish, Tobi said, The goddess doesn't care about the matters here. Then what should we do? If the trading ground's popularity drops, it will have an impact on the city. If the resources Lord left behind are decomposed, we can still keep the popularity. But if they're gone, this place will decline. Luo Wei sighed. Tobi said, I don't know much about this either. We can only ask Lord Ziqin for help. That's the Black Order battlefield. Even if we did, we wouldn't be able to find it, right? Lord has returned. He's in the goddess city. What? Luo Wei was surprised at first, but then a look of ecstasy appeared on his face. Lord had returned. Chapter 28:15. Seeing the boundless forest, Luo Wei and Tobi were dumbfounded. Ancient trees towered into the sky, and they couldn't see the end of it. How could there be a city? Are you sure the goddess city is here? Luo Wei turned to Tobi, his face full of doubt. It's here. There's no mistake. I've been here before, Tobi said in a daze. But there's only a forest here. There aren't any creatures from another dimension. Luo Wei said, Could a city disappear into thin air? The two were stunned. They extended their divine senses, but they still couldn't sense anything. Moreover, their divine senses couldn't enter the forest, as if it was blocked by a strange energy. It must be here. Did something happen to Her Excellency? Tobi's expression suddenly changed. He stared at the forest in front of him. The next moment, he flashed forward and rushed into the forest. Buzz! The light of energy trembled as the power of laws appeared, forming a canopy that blocked Toby from entering the canopy. This! Seeing the endless canopy, Luo Wei's expression changed drastically. Clearly, this forest was very abnormal. He descended and rushed into the forest. Toby didn't have time to warn him. Luo Wei's shout came from the forest, and the energy began to vibrate. Toby immediately descended from the periphery. He saw an ancient tree come to life and attack Luo Wei. Luo Wei was having a hard time dealing with an ancient tree. Be careful! Toby shouted and also rushed into the forest. Both of them were divine generals. Naturally, they were both skilled and bold. There were few opponents in this area. But as soon as Toby entered, he felt a strong pressure coming from this place. Then, one branch after another quickly wrapped around him. Whoosh! Whoosh! His body flickered as he dodged in midair. However, just as he dodged several attacks, a glowing hand grabbed him. Boom! Toby's expression changed drastically. Divine power surged wildly in his body. He wanted to break free from the predicament, but it was useless. The glowing hand grabbed him tightly. On the other side, Luo Wei was also caught. In the room, Zichen was sitting cross-legged and cultivating. It was unknown if it was because his cultivation level had increased, but his comprehension of the ancestral winged steel had improved a little. He had already comprehended 3 true intents of extreme speed. At the same time, gold and silver light circulated around Zichen's body. He could feel that the power of yin and yang had great potential. If he continued to familiarize himself with it, his combat ability would become even stronger. At this time, he heard Jono's voice transmission and opened his eyes. Oh, someone's here? He seemed a little confused. There are 2 of them. I don't know if they are here to look for my lord. Jono transmitted. Bring it over for me to see. Zichen walked out of the room and headed outside. He stood in the empty city, waiting for Jono to bring people over. Soon, he saw 2 tree balls flying in his direction. Pum! Pum! The tree ball flew directly into the city and rolled into the distance. A powerful shock wave rippled through the air, and the 2 tree balls exploded one after another. Wood shavings whizzed through the air. Toby and Luo Wei appeared, their bodies flickering with divine light, their expressions full of vigilance. It's the 2 of you, Zichen's voice rang out. The 2 turned around and saw Zichen. Only then did the fear on their faces fade away. My lord, Luo Wei shouted, his expression very agitated. The moment he was trapped, he almost lost all hope. That ancient tree was too terrifying. What's going on? Toby turned his head and looked around. He could see some familiar buildings. Clearly, this was the city of the goddess, but it was bigger. Then he saw the giant tree in the center of the city. He looked up at the sky and saw the ancient tree that covered the entire city. He was very surprised. Zichen smiled and said, I brought it back from the Black Order battlefield. From now on, this city will be guarded by them. What do you think? It's too powerful. Toby was extremely shocked. With his strength as a second-grade divine general, he was trapped in just a few breaths. Even the 4th-grade Luo Wei couldn't hold on for long. Luo Wei, who had calmed down, began to observe the surroundings. This city had such a formidable defense. He believed that Zichen would attach great importance to the city. If Zichen attached importance to it, the goddess would also attach importance to it. A city that they both attached importance to must be very prosperous. Although this city was far away from Toby City, as long as the teleport formation was connected, it wouldn't be a problem. Moreover, outside this area were all level 8 and 9 creatures from the other space. Apparently, it was a good place for high-level god envoys to train. Luo Wei's eyes brightened. Apparently, he thought about the trading place again. He asked, My lord, are you going to open this place to the public? Chen looked at the excited Luo Wei and guessed what he was thinking. He shook his head and said, "This is our private territory. We don't plan to open it to the public." Luo Wei looked regretful. However, he was still unwilling to give up and asked, "Can't we build a trading place?" "No," Chen said directly. It wasn't that he hadn't thought about it before. However, in the end, he rejected the idea. If this was his city, then it should be under his control. Not only this place, but in the future, when the people from the Life Star came, the cities that expanded were not allowed to have trading places from the God Realm. If they wanted to trade, then they could just go to Toby City directly. It was just a matter of a few teleports. Chen's attitude was firm. Luo Wei didn't say anything more. "Why are you two here?" Chen looked at the two. "My lord, sorry for the trouble." Luo Wei just remembered the important matter. His face changed again, and he said with a worried face, "What's wrong?" Chen looked at Luo Wei. "The people above want to build another trading place here," Luo Wei said sadly. "We are in trouble." "That's a good thing." Chen didn't understand and said, "If there are more trading places, then this place will become more prosperous. Won't your contribution be bigger?" Luo Wei said with a bitter face, "That trading place has nothing to do with me. It's someone else who wants to come here. It's the place where he will build the trading place. It's Ben Sun Lu City." "Ben Sun Lu?" Chen frowned. Of course he knew this person, but he hadn't seen him for hundreds of years. Back when Toby City was built, the Sons of Gods had a silent competition with him. In the end, he won, and that was why Toby City was so prosperous today. In fact, the two cities were very far away from each other. Normally, they wouldn't have much interaction. But according to the scope of the trading places, these two places were too close. In this way, it was obvious that they wanted to compete. Chen frowned and said, "Building a trading place, doesn't it cost a lot of money? Didn't you want to inspect it? Why are you in such a hurry this time?" Luo Wei said, "It's because in the past few hundred years, this place has developed very quickly. More and more people came here to settle down. Moreover, the people above give generous rewards for opening a new trading place. That's why they want to build a second trading place here." Chen shook his head and said, "No, even if that's the case, the trading place shouldn't be in Ben Sun Lu City. It should be further away. My lord, can't you see? They want to take away some of Toby City's popularity. It's so infuriating." Luo Wei was very depressed. Chen had some suspicions in his heart, but he didn't say it out loud. Instead, he asked, "Didn't your superiors stop them? Didn't they get more benefits from building a trading place than you did?" "The faction that came this time isn't with me," Luo Wei said dejectedly. "My superiors can't do anything about them." "Then can you find out which faction they came from?" Chen asked. "I didn't ask." Luo Wei said, "That's not the point. The point is, what should we do?" "You don't have a solution?" "My superiors told me to think of a solution myself, and to give up if it doesn't work." Luo Wei said angrily, "They said it so easily, but they gave up just like that. This is my blood, sweat, and tears. When they got the benefits, everyone thought it was too little. Now that there's trouble, they don't care. I went to find Toby this time to ask if my lord left behind more materials before leaving to maintain Toby City's popularity. I didn't expect my lord to come back. In Chen's plan, this territory belonged to him and wouldn't have anything to do with the god race. But they could not rely on the god race, so the city Toby was in was the most important link. Because the trading place was in Toby City, it was more convenient to trade benefits. Now, someone wanted to open a trading place in a nearby place, which was obviously a threat to Toby City. No matter what, Chen wouldn't let this happen. The god race had many factions, and their roots were intertwined. He didn't have the strength to fight them head-on, but as long as he could maintain Toby City's popularity, he believed that the other side wouldn't have any popularity. But Chen hadn't decided where to start. He looked at the worried Luo Wei and said, "They got more benefits than you. Now that there's a threat to the trading place, they don't care." "Don't they care about the benefits here?" Luo Wei smiled bitterly. "They've already given me the benefits. Obviously, they don't want to get involved." Zichen nodded and said, "Okay, let's think of a way together." Hearing Zichen agree to think of a way, Luo Wei said excitedly, "If this trading place can be preserved, then we'll split the benefits 50-50. Oh no, 40-60. You take 60, and I'll take 40. 30-70 is fine too. You take 70, and I'll take 30. The benefits are secondary. I don't want to see the trading place decline." Zichen patted Luo Wei's shoulder and said, "What are you talking about? If the trading place declines, Toby City will naturally be affected. This isn't something I want to see. Besides, 50-50 is good enough." Luo Wei nodded. If they could really protect the trading place, he was willing to lose 50% of the benefits. Even so, he would gain more than before. "Okay, I'll think of a way. Now go and find out who's behind the other faction." "Okay, I'll go now." Luo Wei and Toby immediately took their leave. When they left, Ancient Tree didn't attack again. "I thought you didn't want the 50%. Chapter 28:16. Yiqian walked out of the room, her colorful clothes fluttering in the wind. Her black hair fluttered like a waterfall. Her beautiful eyes stared at Zichen, puzzled. Zichen smiled and said, "That's 50% of the profits." "Then why don't you want 70%? The corners of Yiqian's mouth curled up as a smile appeared in her eyes. Clearly, she knew that Zichen was not someone who was greedy for resources. If he was, he wouldn't have expanded his force on the star path or shared his resources selflessly. Even when he reached the God world, he still needed to build a teleportation formation to connect to life stars. He didn't need to keep all the resources on him for his own use. The God race members living in this city were using the resources Zichen had obtained. Looking at the smile on Yiqian's face, Zichen said, "Toby City is the most important part of the future development of our force. We can't afford to lose it. However, Luo Wei doesn't think so. Even if I tell him, he'll still be worried. So, if he takes a share of the profits, both sides will be tied to the same worship. He'll be relieved. The most important thing is that once the two trading grounds compete, we will have to give up a lot of benefits. In this way, if we take half of the profits from the trading grounds, we can also reduce our losses. In other words, we can give up more benefits in this confrontation, and our chances of winning will be greater. Do you have any ideas?" Yiqian asked. "I don't have any ideas for now. Let's go to Toby City first and see the situation there." "Maybe Lina will have a solution," Zichen said. "After all, she's a professional." Lina was a manager sent by the 9th heavenly deity. Back then, the heavenly deity had trained her to be a manager. It could be said that the moment she became a god emissary, she wasn't there to fight. She was there to manage. She had been in Toby City for several hundred years and managed the city well. It could be said that the reason Toby City could develop to its current scale was because of her. Last time, Zichen had left in a hurry and didn't see Lina. This time he came with Yiqian. Even the two of them came back earlier than Toby. In the room, Zichen told Lina about the news. The current Lina was already a level 8 divine envoy. It could be said that her realm had advanced by leaps and bounds. After quietly listening to Zichen's words, Lina straightened her body. She didn't know if it was intentional or not, but her plump breasts trembled with a different kind of temptation. "Can this news be confirmed?" she asked, her voice crisp and clear. "That's pretty much it," Zichen said. Lina said, "First, we have to confirm this information before we can think of a way to deal with it." Yiqian, who was beside him, said, "Basically, it's not a groundless rumor. It's better to be prepared early." Lina nodded slightly and fell into deep thought. After a moment, she looked at Zi-Chen and said, "What do you think, sir?" "Toby City cannot be lost. The exchange is the key to our future," Zi-Chen said. "This time, I will fully cooperate with you. In addition, you can freely allocate 50% of the exchange's profits." Fully cooperate. Does that also include those creatures from another dimension? Jolina asked. Yes. Zi-Chen nodded and said, "As long as it's something I can do, as long as you ask, I will definitely do my best." Really? Jolina looked at Zi-Chen with a strange light in her eyes. At the same time, her slender waist straightened, and under her delicate collarbone, the round twin peaks seemed to be about to burst out of her clothes. Zi-Chen hurriedly avoided her gaze and added, "Only limited to the development of the city." Seeing Zi-Chen so embarrassed, the two girls chuckled. "Okay then." Jolina got up and said, "After I think of a way, I will personally inform sir." She deliberately emphasized the word personally and then left. She was molested by a subordinate. Zi-Chen was a little indignant. "Where are you going?" Seeing Yi-Chen get up, Zi-Chen asked. Yi-Chen turned around and sweetly smiled at Zi-Chen, saying, "I will also think of a way. Then I will personally come to find you." Saying so, Yi-Chen left with a smile. After Toby returned, he found that Zi-Chen had arrived earlier than him and was very surprised. Luo Wei had already left to gather information. Zi-Chen then stayed in Toby City, waiting for the confirmation of the news and the follow-up arrangements. 5 days later, Luo Wei came again. This time he told him that the location of the exchange had been confirmed. It was in Ben Sunlu City, and the construction would begin soon. "Who is behind them?" Zi-Chen asked. "It's Divine King Sandini," Luo Wei said. He had spent a lot of effort to gather this information. Hearing this, Zi-Chen's expression did not change, but his heart was in turmoil. He had dealt with this divine king many times. Now that something like this happened as soon as he returned, it was possible that divine King Sandini was dissatisfied with his return and began to suppress him. Or maybe it was because he had killed more than a dozen Black Order experts. In short, this exchange in Ben Sunlu City had something to do with Zi-Chen, and it was Luo Wei who had suffered an unexpected calamity. "Okay, I understand." Zi-Chen nodded. "What do you need me to do, my lord?" The others had already given up on this exchange, and it was completely under Luo Wei's control. He had bet everything on it, so naturally he could not afford to lose. "Give the authority of the exchange to Jolina and let her use the 50% profit." Zi-Chen said, "Give all the profit to her, and I will do my best in this confrontation. Even the resources I have accumulated over the years can be used as well," Luo Wei said firmly. Zi-Chen waved his hand. There were many resources in Toby City, and Luo Wei did not need to use his own resources. Luo Wei then left Zi-Chen's residence and went to find Jolina. Although he was an official of the 10th domain, his future might not be better than Jolina's. Jolina was following the goddess and Zi-Chen clearly had plans to expand his forces. In the future, Jolina would definitely be Zi-Chen's main force, and she might even be his right-hand woman. When that time came, he would be nothing as a mere manager of the exchange. Luo Wei's cultivation level was not high, but his vision was very high. Otherwise, he would not have gone against everyone's opinions and come to this exchange. He could see Zi-Chen's potential, and the greater Zi-Chen's potential was, the more the people around him would have a bright future ahead of them. In his opinion, Jolina's future would be even brighter than Toby's. Although Toby was the lord of a city, the true manager of this place was still Jolina. Since she could control a city, she would naturally have the ability to control more cities in the future. Luo Wei found Jolina and gave her the authority to control all the resources in the exchange. Then he bid farewell and left. He still needed to gather some more information. Jolina walked towards Zi-Chen's residence. Yi-Chen was there too. Since the information has been confirmed, we should take the initiative to do something. Zichen asked, "What should we do?" "Let's level up the city first." Lena said, "Right now, this is only a level 1 general city. Its level is too low. We need to level it up." "Level 2. Toby is only level 2. It doesn't mean much, right?" Zichen said. "No, level it up to king level." Lena said. "King level city? Wouldn't that consume a lot of resources?" Zichen's expression changed. Even Yi Qian's expression changed. In their opinion, they should gather all the resources and destroy the exchange site that was about to appear. It would be a waste to use them to level up a king city. Don't we have a lot of resources now? Leveling up a mere king city shouldn't be a big deal, right? After hundreds of years of development, the amount of resources accumulated in Toby City had reached an unimaginable number. Although the amount of resources needed to level up a king city was also unimaginable, Toby City could still afford it. Lena said, "This matter can be delayed later. However, this is the most important step. This step must be taken. There is no room for discussion. As for divine kings, I obviously don't know any of them. Therefore, I need the goddess to think of a way." Only the goddess could think of a way because Zichen also didn't know any divine kings. The most basic requirement for leveling up a king city was a divine king level soul. This was the drawback of leveling up a city. It was better to just buy a king city. In addition, my lord also needs to prepare some corpses of otherworldly creatures from level 1 to 9. The more, the better, Lena said. In the past, we looked down on those below level 5. However, for the sake of popularity, we have to take this step. If my lord can take out more resources from the mother nest, please provide some more. In addition, provide more eggs from the mother nest. I believe my lord should have a lot of them. I want to ask, since my lord has the strength to kill so many otherworldly creatures, is there a way to isolate them and form a trial ground? Lena asked, "Can't we use them at any time?" Zichen asked in surprise. There were many otherworldly creatures outside, and their levels were very clear. But they are in groups and are not easy to kill. If there is a way to surround them and reduce their numbers, it should be very popular, right? Zichen's expression changed when he heard this. He said, "You mean one by one?" "More or less." Zichen heard this and said, "Then why don't I capture them all? If anyone wants to use them for the trial, they can come to the trading ground and buy them." "My lord can do that." Lena's eyes lit up. "It's not difficult." Lena nodded and said, "That's great. We don't need to go to the trading ground. There are too many things involved in the trading ground. We can just build our own trading ground. I will say this for now. Anyway, there is still a lot of time. I will think of it again. The goddess needs to find the divine kings in advance and listen to my arrangements before leveling up the city." In the end, Lena said, "Since my lord is back, I think we should go and see the god." Chapter 28:17. Lena's meaning was clear. There was no harm in bringing the goddess to meet the heavenly god. Although she was nurtured by the heavenly god, she was now under the jurisdiction of Zichen, or rather, the goddess. Naturally, she had to fight for the best interests of the two. Zichen nodded. Now that he had returned safely, it was indeed time for him to visit the heavenly god. After all, when he entered the Black Order battlefield, the heavenly god had sent people to protect him. According to Lena, there was no need to do anything for the time being. They would wait patiently. After all, the exchange couldn't be built in a day or two. They had plenty of time to prepare. Zichen and Yi Qian went to the 9th region. In Benson Lu City, Benson Lu was in a good mood because the exchange was finally settled. They had been completely defeated by Zichen. He was unwilling to accept it. Fortunately, after hundreds of years of dormancy, the opportunity had finally come. "Where's Yue? Why isn't he here yet?" Walking out of the City Lord mansion, He spread his divine sense, but didn't find Yue. They aren't here yet. Fan Li walked over. Send someone to inform them. This is a big deal. Benson Lu said coldly. After the exchange is completed, their cities will naturally benefit from it. Yes, Yue, Lin, Sina, and Xavier came to Benson Lu's city together. Speaking of which, they were extremely unhappy about the building of the exchange in Sun Lu City. This was because they were all children of God. Besides Yen Wei, everyone else had the same status. Why should they put it in his city? Of course, they could only think about it. As for the reason, it was very clear. The resources they could provide were limited. Or rather, they couldn't provide as much as Benson Lu. After hundreds of years of development, the 5 major cities had accumulated a lot of resources. At the same time, the nearby cities were also filled with their people. Compared to Tobi City, the cities around Ben Sanlu were connected to him and could be said to be a piece of iron. You're finally here. Those people will be here soon. Do you think the location I chose is suitable? Seeing the arrival of the 4, Benson Lu said with a smile. There was an indescribable pride on his face. Lin and the other 2 snorted. I heard that Zichen has returned, Yue suddenly said. At this time, let's not talk about this person. Who does he think he is? Is he worthy of the attention of us, the sons of gods? Ben Senlu looked at Gao Wei and said unhappily, although you are not the son of God and have no status among us, you are still the son of God. Your status is much higher than others. Why do you keep paying attention to that guy? If he can come back alive from the Black Order battlefield, it means that he has become stronger. We have to be careful, Chi Wei said seriously. He's the one who should be careful, right? Ben Senlu said. If he angers me, I'll go back and bring a God King here to kill him. Go ahead if you have the ability, Lin said. You. Ben Senlu's face was filled with anger. Don't brag if you don't have the ability, Lin coldly said. What Jiwei means is that the establishment of the exchange here is related to Zi Chen's return. Is it possible that the higher-ups want to use our power to suppress Zi Chen? Ben Senlu heard this and sneered. Jiwei, I know that Zi Chen is your enemy, but can you not put gold on your face? This is the God realm. We are the noblest God race. This is not the lowly place you live in. If the God race wants to deal with one person, do you think they need to go through so much trouble? The reason the exchange is here is because of me, Ben Senlu. That is naturally good, Jiwei said. Humph. It's good that you know. Remember your status. Don't always think that you are so great. Ben Senlu, watch your tone, Lin unhappily said. What, feeling bad? Or have you taken a fancy to him? Ben Senlu said. Lin, don't be silly. There's so many sons of gods in the God realm. You can choose as you please. This will only be good for your future. If you choose a son of gods who has nothing, not only will it not be good for your future, but it will also embarrass your family. Of course, it will also embarrass your godfather. Enough, Ben Senlu. We are all here to help you. Why do you have to go against Jiwei? Sina frowned and said, Haha, if Jiwei doesn't care, why do you care? Ben Senlu looked at Jiwei with a mocking expression and said, Isn't that right, Jiwei? Jiwei nodded and said, That's right. Young master is just joking. You don't have to take it to heart. Lin snorted, while Sina and Xavier shook their heads. Okay, now we should discuss how to quickly build exchange and how to attract a large number of people. Just as Ben Senlu and the others were discussing, Zi Chen and Yi Qian came to the God Palace again. For others, it was very difficult to step into the Sky God residence and see the Sky God. However, Zi Chen could see the Sky God anytime and anywhere. Of course, this was all thanks to Yi Qian. Did you encounter any danger? After the 2 of them sat down, the gods looked at Zi Chen and asked. A maid brought in some spirit fruits. These fruits contained extremely rich spirit energy and were considered extremely rare treasures of heaven and earth. Not long after I went in, I happened to see the spiritual battle world open. I found some opportunities there and luckily reached level 5. Then I came out. Z. Chan briefly explained his experience. Even though he had seen the gods many times, he still felt nervous. After all, he was the gods, one of the 9 strongest people in the god realm. The gods nodded and said, "Try these things. They are all from the lower realm. They should taste good." Zi Chen took one and put it in his mouth. He bit into it. It was sweet and tasty. It was full of spirit power. I heard a bit about what happened on the battlefield. It is good that you came back safely. I heard that your exchange city has been in trouble recently. Clearly, the gods had been paying attention to Zi Chen's situation. Or rather, he was paying attention to Yi Qian. When I asked you to settle down here, you too threw a tantrum. No matter what I said, you wouldn't agree. Now you know the difficulty, right? Yi Qian didn't say anything. She just ate the spirit fruit. Zi Qian said, "It is just a competitor. We have already thought of a countermeasure." The gods nodded and said, "It is good to have a countermeasure, but don't be careless. There are gods behind them. Even if they don't care about such small things, they will provide some resources. We will remember this. When we go back, we will be more vigilant." This time the two stayed for a meal. Then they said goodbye and left. Of course, before leaving, Zi Chen asked to borrow a god king. The heavenly god was somewhat surprised by this, but he still agreed to his request. Clearly, the 9th god would agree to any request of his future son-in-law. After the two left, the housekeeper walked into the room and said, "Sir, are you not going to help?" The god said indifferently, "What is there to help? They are just children. When they are tired of playing outside, they will come back." "But isn't the goddess doing well there?" "At least, she is the best among the sons of gods." The housekeeper said, "Qian only has a trading place. As for that city, although the outer defense is good, there is almost no one there. Such a force can't even be considered a starting point." The gods shook their heads. Clearly, they knew everything about Yi Qian, but they didn't think much of her. That place is very remote. It is also the foundation of the core area of development. I feel that Zi Chen and Miss are determined to do something big. At this time, we should provide some help. The housekeeper said cautiously, "Haven't we already provided help? When the time comes, find a god king and tell him to follow the rules. He must not break the rules." The gods looked outside and said, "The competition in the god realm happens anytime and anywhere. It is naturally cruel. If they fail this time, it will be a lesson for them. They are still very young and have enough time to learn. This is not a bad thing." That is true. They have been defeated time and time again, but they have never been defeated. They will learn from their failures and have a glorious future. Zi Qin and Yi Qian returned to Toby City. Lena had new orders. She wanted Zi Qin to catch some creatures from another dimension. Of course, they wanted both dead and alive. They also wanted creatures of all levels. Yi Qian had nothing to do, so she naturally followed Zi Qin. Moreover, Zi Chen didn't need to do it himself. His clones could do it. Selling living creatures is a good suggestion. Some need to hone their skills. Buying them back for one-on-one combat is also a good method. But if you don't control it well and let it run away, it will be troublesome. After all, those creatures from another dimension can't be controlled through soul. Yi Qian looked at the sealed creatures and said, "And some people don't have a place. If we can provide them with training grounds, I believe it will be good." Zi Chen was startled. "Training grounds? That's right. We can rent out those training grounds. I believe it will attract a lot of people." Yi Qian turned to look at Zi Chen. Zi Chen nodded. This was a good idea, but in his mind he had an even better idea. What if we open up a few training grounds? What I mean is a training ground that can be used by many people, just like the training ground we went to when we first came to the God Realm. Can we? Yi Qian was startled. It seemed that these training grounds were controlled by the government. Why not? We have the Mother Nest and the Mother Nest. The Mother Nest has a deep understanding of space. Opening up a training ground shouldn't be a problem, right? Chapter 28:18. In front of Yi Qian, Zichen had no secrets. She naturally knew about Vigny's matters. She even knew that there were more than a dozen hives hiding in the forest. While flying back to the city, Zichen saw a few space-time creatures that came from the outer regions. Once they tried to approach the forest, they would be attacked by the ancient trees. After entering the forest, Zichen saw more space-time creatures. They were relatively weak, but the ancient trees didn't attack them. Once they were back in the city, Zichen sent a voice transmission to Wayne, informing him of his thoughts. He thought that Vigny would agree immediately, but to his surprise, Vigny fell silent. The excitement on Zichen's face gradually disappeared. "What's wrong?" Yi Qian asked Zichen, who had calmed down. Vigny hasn't replied. Zichen said, "Does Master want to increase the popularity of Toby City or create a permanent training ground?" Vigny's voice sounded. "What's the difference?" Zichen asked. "It's very different. If you want to create a permanent training ground, you can't put the entrance in Toby City. Naturally, you won't be able to increase its popularity." Vigny said. Zichen asked doubtfully, "Why can't you put it there?" "Because it's just a trading city. There's no powerful military in the city. Once a war breaks out, the city might be destroyed. If the city is destroyed, everything in it will disappear." Wayne continued, "If my lord really wants to build a training ground that will last for a long time, then the entrance should be placed in this city. This city has Jono's protection. As it grows, the city's defenses will become stronger. Even if a war breaks out, it can be guaranteed that it won't fall." Vigny had considered the long term. The Divine Realm was never a peaceful land. A war could break out at any time. All the preparations and arrangements were naturally for that war. Zichen fell silent. His previous warm mood gradually cooled down after hearing Vigny's words. Although Toby City's popularity was important, a permanent training ground was even more important. He was just a human from a life star. Naturally, he couldn't compare to the government forces. The government forces' enemies could only be space-time creatures, the Celestials. But he was different. All the Celestials he didn't know could become his enemies in the future. "If Master only wants to increase popularity, I have a compromise," Vigny said. "What compromise?" Zichen asked. "I'll send a Mother Nest into Toby City. Master, give it a building, and it can turn that building into a small training ground. It can be used for training alone or in small groups." A brood nest's ability to create space was absolutely top-notch. It obviously wouldn't be a problem for it to open up a small space for training. That's fine. Although it can't attract a large number of teams, it's enough to attract popularity. Zichen nodded. He was very satisfied with the brood nest suggestion. "Master, you can build a 9-floor building. Each floor is a training ground of a different level, but for the time being, only the first 6 floors can be opened. That is, only level 6 divine envoys can train. Among my brood nests, the highest level is only level 8. A level 8 divine envoy can control a level 6 divine envoy, so there shouldn't be a problem." "That's good." Zichen nodded. "It's coming." As Vigny's voice fell, the space in front of them distorted and a brood nest appeared. It was still hidden in the space, so its body was very small at the moment, only the size of a palm. Zichen opened his world and stored it away. "Master, if you wanted to do anything, just use your spiritual sense to transmit the order. As long as it can do it, it will do it." The brood nest entered Zichen's world. This was a level 8 brood nest. Its huge body was fully displayed, almost 100 feet long. Although Yi Qian had seen many brood nests, this was the first time she saw one alive. She looked at it curiously and tried to touch its soft body from time to time. The brood nest's body flashed with brilliance. This light was the power of laws, but it didn't stop Yi Qian. In terms of comprehension of space, the brood nest was stronger than Ziqin. How is it? Yi Qian turned around and looked at Ziqin. Take this brood nest back and build a 9-floor castle. As for the training ground, it's not possible for the time being. Ziqin told Yi Qian what Vini had said. After hearing it, Yi Qian said, "It seems that it's more far-sighted than you and me." Ziqin agreed with this point of view. Although Wayne didn't look very old, he was like an old man with a meticulous mind. He was able to think of every aspect of the situation. After returning to Toby City, Ziqin told Jolina that he wanted to build a 9-floor castle. There's no suitable place in the city right now, but it doesn't matter. We can just refine the next city. Although it will cost some resources, it'll be shocking enough when the time comes. A confident smile appeared on Lina's face. I want to destroy that Benson Rue Trading Company in an instant. Don't be careless. After all, they have a lot of backup plans. Ziqin reminded her. Lina said confidently, unless a celestial god provides resources, there's no way they can do it. Building a trading ground would cost a lot of resources. These resources would definitely be provided by the government, but that was the limit of what they could do for the city. More than that, they could only provide some special resources. As a city that had been in business for hundreds of years, it was too easy for them to destroy a small city that had just risen up when they had the right time, place, and people. Next, Ziqin went to kill creatures from another space-time. In any case, Toby City's biggest advantage can't be lost. Moreover, this time, the scope of the operation was even wider. During this period, there was also a group of refiners who didn't sleep or rest. These buildings were like spiritual weapons. They could change according to their will. After killing enough creatures from another space-time, Ziqin returned and began to arrange the trial. According to Vini, the first 6 floors will be opened, so there will be 6 levels of trials. During this period, there are other levels that need to be divided. For example, there are 6 levels of tokens, and each level of tokens is divided into several difficulties. For example, the most common one is a one-on-one trial, that is a level 1 divine envoy versus a level 1 creature from another space-time. The next level of difficulty is 1 against 2, 1 against 3, 1 against 4, 1 against 5, and so on. At the same time, there are many people fighting, such as 2 against 2, 2 against 4, 3 against 3, 4 against 4, 1 against 1, and so on. In short, the difficulty of each level has to be set, and at the same time, the maximum number of people that the space can accommodate must be considered. For example, in a space that can accommodate a maximum of 15 people, the maximum number of people can be set is a group trial of 15 people. Of course, in Ziqin's view, the most popular is the individual trial. In the divine realm, there are not many people who can cooperate. After the difficulty of each level is set, some tokens need to be condensed. These tokens will be imprinted with the aura of the broodmother, so the broodmother will know how to distribute them. As for the creatures from another space-time, Ziqin didn't give them to the broodmother. Those that he caught will be put in a designated place to sell. The space-time creatures used in the trial will be hatched by the broodmother. After all, they are easier to control. In this regard, Ziqin asked Vini if there will be any problems. Vini replied that there will be no problems. Among the space-time creatures, there is also a process of elimination. All the weak are cannon fodder, and only a few special existences can grow into celestials in the future. Once such existences appear, the broodmother will automatically take them away and nurture them. Moreover, This kind of trial battle will allow one to see the potential of the space-time creatures. Everything was carried out in an orderly manner. During this time, Luo Wei came once, but after seeing that there were no changes in the city, he was very surprised. This time he came back with news that in less than a year, the Ben Sun Lu exchange will be completed. Not long after, this news spread to Toby City, and many people with brains seemed to see a business opportunity and turned to Ben Sun Lu City. Lena still didn't have any new instructions, but because of the need to refine all kinds of buildings, Toby City will have a huge consumption of resources every day. During this period, the exchange will also provide a lot of resources, and these resources will be discounted and included in the final profit. In the last few months, new news would spread in Ben Sun Lu City every day. For example, if you go to the exchange area to buy resources, you will get a 20% discount. At the same time, if you exchange for resources and contribution points, you will be rewarded handsomely. Not long after, another explosive news spread that the Ben Sun Lu exchange will be selling broodmother nests. In the 10th Domain's exchange area, there are very few places selling broodmother nests, and one of them is Toby City, but the number is very limited. It is said that this time Ben Sun Lu City will be taking out tens of thousands of broodmother nests at once. This is much more than the last time in Toby City. Broodmother nests are very attractive to existences below divine champion level, and in the divine realm, divine envoys are undoubtedly the most common. In addition to broodmother nests, there are also resources needed by divine champions. It is said that these resources come from the battlefield, and under normal circumstances, it is impossible to obtain them. Similar news spread quickly, and many divine envoys went to Ben Sun Lu City in advance. Among them, Toby City, which is the closest to Ben Sun Lu City, has lost a lot of popularity. Many of the decomposers had even applied for leave to go there. Half a month before the opening of Ben Sun Lu City's exchange, Zi Chen borrowed the Divine King to go to Toby City. He went to see Yi Qian and Zi Chen. After that, he stayed in the city, waiting for Lena's arrangements. Chapter 2819. The opening of Ben Sanla's trading house was very lively, and the city was filled with people. Unlike the trading house in Toby City, many divine generals had come to Ben Sanla City this time, because there were resources from the battlefield. Many divine envoys were looking forward to purchasing the mother nest's resources. Among these people, many were working in Toby City and had asked for leave to come. Some were here to buy things, while others were here to join in the fun. Among the crowd, Divine General Luo Wei stood there. He didn't know what Lena had prepared, as she had always kept it a secret from him, and he didn't dare to ask Zichen or Goddess. Thus, he came to Ben Sanla's city to take a look. Even if he failed, he wanted to know how he failed. In front of the market, there was a high platform. At this moment, City Lord Ben Sunlu was already on the platform, talking loudly about how good the city was, how powerful it was, how abundant the resources were, and how cheap they were. Luo Wei didn't feel good when he heard this. Luo Wei, it's you. A voice came from behind Luo Wei, and when he turned around, he saw a divine general walking towards him. When this divine general walked over, he raised his head slightly, as proud as a peacock. Riley! Luo Wei glanced at him and snorted. This guy was the person in charge of the trading house, and while his background wasn't small, he was also a despicable person. Back when he wanted to set up a trading house in Toby City, the other party obstructed him in every way possible, even forcing him to lose some benefits. Now that Toby City had improved, he had evil intentions and set up a trading house in the nearby Ben Sanla City. I didn't expect you to come. Riley came closer and said to Luo Wei, You should be here to learn, right? Indeed you should. Once my trading house opens, your place will quickly lose popularity and it will become sluggish. Oh, there shouldn't be many people at your place today, right? Luo Wei didn't say anything. Today was the most deserted day in Toby City. Everyone, from now on, there will only be benefits for you in my Ben Sanla City. If you follow me, I can guarantee your benefits. Ben's son Lu said loudly. Below the stage, Yue and the others did not say a word. All right, let's get the person in charge of the exchange, Riley, to come up and tell everyone some details. After that, everyone can go in. Look at our scale, then look at the scale of some places. It's like heaven and earth. With that, Ben Senlu walked off the stage. Looking at the dense crowd, he couldn't suppress the excitement in his heart. All right, it's time for me to speak. If there are any resources that you like, you must tell me. I'll give you a 99% discount. Riley said with a smile and turned to the stage. Luo Wei snorted again. This time, everyone was given a 20% discount, but when it came to him, it was a 9% discount. Wasn't this clearly bullying him? After Riley got on the stage, he glanced around and was very satisfied with the popularity of this place. He cleared his throat and prepared to speak. At this moment, someone suddenly exclaimed from the crowd, Toby City is leveling up! Because the surroundings were very quiet, this voice sounded very abruptly, and everyone heard clearly. Those who could come here naturally knew where Toby City was and what kind of place it was. Obviously, Toby City leveling up at this time was related to the opening of this exchange. But what was the point of that? There was nothing interesting about leveling up a city, right? When Riley heard this, the smile on his face didn't diminish, and he prepared to speak again. At this moment, another voice came from another direction. I also heard that it's leveling up a general grade city to king grade. Once this was said, it caused an uproar. Leveling up a city was attractive in itself because it was very spectacular. But the opening of this exchange had many benefits, so no one was willing to look at it. They were all waiting to buy things. But if it was leveling up a king-grade city, then the attraction was too great. Many of the gods' envoys present had never seen a king-grade city, let alone a king-grade city. Moreover, as far as they knew, Toby City was only a general grade city. If it was leveled up to a king-grade city, how many resources would it need? The uproar in the crowd grew louder and louder. Many people were tempted. The exchange will always be here. You can come here at any time. But if you miss the opportunity to level up a king-grade city today, you won't be able to see it again. Another voice came from the crowd. Damn it, go and see who it is. A cold light flashed in Ben Senla's eyes as he signaled the people next to him to go and check. That's right, you only have one chance. Farewell, everyone, I'll take my leave first. Wait for me. Leveling up a king-grade city. What a big deal. Could it be that Toby City has other plans? I heard that Toby City has a strong foundation. They have a goddess and a son of God behind them. Maybe they really have other plans after leveling up a king-grade city. But I've never heard of this before. Could it be that they want to give everyone a surprise? That's very likely. Let's go. More voices came from the crowd. Everyone echoed one another as if they had rehearsed this. Then they quickly left. As these people moved, the other gods' envoys also moved subconsciously. The others followed the crowd and left one after another. Is this Lord's counterattack? Leveling up a king-grade city? Luo Wei was obviously shocked by this news. He didn't doubt that this news was fake. He immediately turned around because he also wanted to see a general level city leveling up to a king-grade city. Before he left, he glanced at Riley, who was standing alone on the high platform. There was no one around the original hubbub of voices. Chen, I won't let you go. Seeing that the city was empty in the blink of an eye, Ben Senlu was so angry that his body trembled. Not only was his trading house destroyed, but he would also lose a large sum of teleportation fees. He had already said in advance that he wouldn't need to pay any teleportation fees. Let's go and take a look, Yue said. What are we going to see? To see how the city is leveling up? Ben Senlu said coldly. Let's see what they have up their sleeves. We'll make other preparations. This is only the first confrontation. We haven't lost yet. If there's nothing attractive there, People will naturally return after the city is leveled up, Yue said. Let's go. Ben Senla's expression changed as he walked toward the teleportation circle. When people began to return to Toby City had already started leveling up. The huge protective array in the sky had disappeared. The ground shook at the same time. Toby City began to expand on its own. The teleportation circle lit up one after another. People began to appear one after another. More and more people appeared. As soon as they reached the city, a wave of pressure appeared from the city. Then, a protective light shield appeared. At this moment, the city had already leveled up to general level. It's leveling up. After they arrived, they were extremely shocked. Toby City chose to level up at this time. It was obvious what it meant. The city was still leveling up and expanding. Everyone noticed that there were many empty areas in the distance. It was obvious that these empty areas would be useful in the future. The protective light shield in the sky disappeared again. Then it appeared again. The city leveled up again. General level. Every time the city leveled up, the quality of the spiritual power in the city would increase. Everyone could clearly feel the changes in the city's level. Damn it, it's really leveling up. After Ben Senlu and the others arrived, they felt the vibrations. Their expressions turned ugly. All the oracles looked up and sensed the changes in the city. Now that the city had leveled up to general level, they were looking forward to it even more. Somewhere in the city, Zichun, Yiqian, Toby, and Lina gathered. Looking at the people who came back in an instant, Lina's face revealed a smile. She had already arranged everything. The opening of an exchange is very attractive to everyone. If we want to attract people, we must have something new. In this region, there are very few general level cities. There is not a single king city. Leveling up to king city is very attractive because the exchange site is there. Once you miss the opportunity to level up to king city, you may never see it again. The only thing we can do is to keep everyone here after leveling up to king city. Zichen and the other two nodded. They were very satisfied with Lina's arrangement. At this moment, the city had leveled up to general level. The light shield above disappeared again. Obviously, the leveling up was still ongoing. Soon, the city leveled up to general level. At this moment, everyone in the city held their breaths because a king city was about to be born in front of them. It was a king city, a city that only godly kings could own. In order to level up a city, a godly king was needed. In other words, there was a godly king in the city now. This time, the waiting time was slightly longer. The ground had stopped shaking. Toby City's area had expanded by 1/3. This area was enough for Chen's arrangements. There were many people in the city, but at this moment it was very quiet. Buzz! A tremor suddenly sounded. The energy of heaven and earth in the city suddenly became active, like boiling water. The energy of heaven and earth from outside the city also crazily gathered in the city. At the same time, another light shield appeared in the city. The pressure of a king realm cultivator appeared as soon as the light shield of the formation appeared. The light shield covered the city again. Everyone looked up to the sky. Above the city, outside the light shield, strong lights appeared one after another. These strong lights formed a chain of heaven and earth, shrouding the city. Outside the city, within a radius of 20 miles, it was a forbidden zone for creatures from another dimension. All creatures from another dimension who entered this area would be killed by King City. The aura in the city was still there, but it was faintly dissipating. Eventually, it would reach a level where everyone could get used to it. King City's leveling up was completed, but no one left. Toby City's leveling up to King City was so big. There must be other things to do next. Swoosh! Chapter 28:20. Zichen leaped into the air and stood in midair. He did not speak, but there were already exclamations coming from all around. These exclamations were from Toby City. They called out loudly as they recognized Zichen. Zi Chen raised his hand and waved. Refined buildings fell from the sky and landed on the ground. These buildings flashed brilliantly. As they landed, they began to expand and turned into a tall building. Boom! The building landed with a loud bang. The array under the building was immediately activated and firmly fixed to the ground. Everyone who had come to the city was looking at this scene with anticipation in their eyes. Sure enough, after the big move, Toby City made other moves. After these buildings landed, the doors opened and oracles walked out one after another. They came to the front and a table appeared out of thin air. The word recruitment was written in front of the table. There were a total of 12 recruitment places, recruiting oracles from level 1 to level 4. Seeing this, an uproar came from all around. Obviously, they all understood the meaning of recruitment. One of the characteristics of Toby City was that they recruited decomposers who specialized in decomposing the corpses of creatures from another dimension. These decomposers were also known to be rich. Many people wanted to join. After all, there was no danger and they could earn a lot of resources. In the past, decomposers from level 1 to level 4 or even level 5 were slowly being eliminated. They did not expect to be recruited today. Many of the low-level oracles were tempted by the offer. Boom! Boom! The tremors in the city continued, and other buildings fell. These were all warehouse-like buildings with corpses of creatures from another dimension of various levels. Harvesting this area was the main source of Toby City's resources. Naturally, they could not give it up. After putting down these buildings, Zi Chen's figure flashed again and flew to the second place. Unlike before, when he threw out many buildings with a flick of his hand, this time only one building flew out. This building was very big. It was 9 stories high. When it fell, it was like a small mountain range that stretched for miles. The earth trembled and the 9-story building fell. Some of the oracles who were very close to the building saw the 3 words on it: Trial Pavilion. At this moment, the door of the Trial Pavilion opened. A few oracles with sexy figures dressed in the same uniform walked out. They had professional smiles on their faces. Colorful light flowed around their bodies as they stood straight on both sides. Many people were very curious. What exactly was inside? In the air, Zi Chen introduced, this is a small training ground. It can provide different levels of space-time creatures. Everyone can enter to train. It could be 1 against 1, 1 against 2, or 1 against 1 in a group. It could also be a group battle. There are a total of 9 levels, which are equivalent to 9 levels of divine envoys. However, only the first 6 levels are available for the time being, which correspond to the 6th level of divine envoys. Once these words were spoken, it caused an even greater uproar. This could not be considered a training ground because there were no opportunities. However, this was a good place to train in battle. Being able to fight 1-on-1 meant that the danger level was much lower. For many people, this place was too attractive. Many of the oracles present were extremely tempted, but those above level 7 seemed very regretful, because this place was only open up to level 6. However, since he had already prepared 9 floors, he believed that it wouldn't be long before it opened. Damned bastard, he actually made such a thing. Ben Senla's expression was extremely ugly. It was obvious that their city did not have this kind of thing. In Zi Chen's hand, the light flashed again. This time, a 3-story building appeared. The building fell from the sky. Compared to the 9-story building, it was not only fewer floors, but also smaller by 10 times. After the 3-story building landed, everyone saw the word "strange creatures" written on it. At this moment, the door opened and a group of service staff walked out. They were all trained by Joe Lena over the years. They were all very professional and were all oracles. They were all top-notch beauties. Zi Chen continued to explain, this is a place for trading. The things inside are space-time creatures, ranging from level 1 to level 9. This is because some people do not need to go to the trial pavilion to train. Oh, I forgot to mention. The space-time creatures in the trial pavilion are all real. After killing them, you can bring their corpses out and sell them here. You can also disassemble them and sell them. Once these words were spoken, it caused another commotion. They had thought that the things in the trial pavilion were all illusions. They never thought that they were real. This was too amazing. Not only could they train their battle skills, but they could also obtain resources. Even if they had to pay a fee, they could still reduce their losses. Next, another building appeared in Zi Chen's hand. This one was only 2 stories tall, and it was even smaller. Everyone looked at the small building curiously. Zi Chen explained there are only 2 things for sale here. The first is the eggs of a broodmother, and the second is the broodmother. These 2 things will be for sale for a long time. Hearing these words, everyone was shocked. They knew all too well what a long-term sale meant. It meant that there would be no end to it. Damn it. Why does he have something like this? Damn it, damn it. Ben Senlu felt like he was going crazy. He did not have any of the things Zichen was offering. Although he had the brood mother, it was definitely not for sale for a long time. It was just a way to gain popularity. Chi Wei raised his head to look at Zichen. His expression became solemn. He knew that they had lost again and thoroughly. Perhaps it would not cause Ben Senlu City to lose popularity, but the trading ground would definitely not prosper. It would be completely suppressed by Toby City. It was not that he had not thought of Zichen's various methods, but he could not do it. Or rather, the gains did not make up for the losses. Because the project was too big, it consumed too much manpower and resources. The cost was not proportional to the benefits. May I ask, sir, what are the levels of brood mother? Suddenly, a voice came from the crowd. The lowest is level 5 and the highest is level 9. We have all of them. Zi Chen smiled faintly. The lowest level of brood mother was level 5. Obviously, Zi Chen had found all of them. Excited cheers came from all around. With the brood mother's resources, their cultivation would no longer be peaceful. As long as there were resources, they could continue to trade. My lord, you're really generous. Luo Wei let out a low sigh. He did not have any objections to Zichen putting everything outside the trading ground. As long as the popularity of the city did not disperse, his trading ground would always be profitable. Moreover, if these things were put in the trading ground, the profits would be too great. Not to mention that he did not dare to take them. Even if he dared to take them, the people who had previously said that they would give up would definitely be jealous. They might even want to take a share of the profits. Therefore, he had no complaints about Zi Chen's approach. On the contrary, he was very happy. For him, too much profit was not a good thing. Unexpectedly, Zi Chen changed the thread of discussion and said again, "Of course, if everyone wants a general-level broodmother, then go to the trading ground. In this trading ground, there will be 10,000 general-level broodmothers' resources for sale, but only general-level ones." After hearing Zi Chen's words, the exclamations of the crowd became even louder. Those 9th-level divine envoys who were still very calm before now had excited looks on their faces. They had been stuck in this realm for too long. Once they had a general-level broodmother, they would be able to advance to divine champion. Although it was only a step away, the gap between the two sides was too big. It could be said that the things Zichen had shown had firmly attracted the attention of the divine envoys. They could not wait any longer. However, to divine champions it was not very attractive, even to first-level divine champions. On the other hand, Ben Senlu had resources from the battlefield, so relatively speaking, he could still maintain some popularity. This was the only reason why Ben Senlu was so confident. Zi Qin put down the last building. This building only had 1 floor, and there was no name on it. He took the initiative to explain, "These are some resources I obtained from the battlefield. But I'm sorry, I have only been to the Black Order battlefield, so I'm afraid I can't satisfy everyone's needs." The divine champions who had been indifferent before were shocked when they heard Zi Chen's words. They were divine champions, so they naturally knew the different levels of the battlefield. The Black Order battlefield was the highest level, and the resources there were unique. In the entire 10th domain, and even the entire divine realm, good things obtained there would be sent to the Black Order battlefield as soon as possible. There were even many things that could only be obtained from the Black Order battlefield, and were only used by the Black Order battlefield. Since there were things from the Black Order battlefield, who would want the things from the other battlefields? There were not many resources here, and the price was estimated by Joe Lena. Almost every one of them was at a sky-high price, because these resources did not exist in this world, or ordinary people could not obtain them at all. The experts who entered the spiritual battlefield last time had all died in the end. Although Zichen could not exchange most of the Black Order battlefield for contribution points, the resources in their divine rings could be used by Zichen. Now, the worst part of those resources had been placed here to attract popularity. Well, everyone, these are the only things I have left. If you are interested, you can go to the exchange to have a look. In addition to the general grade mother nest, there are a few other small things I obtained from the Black Order battlefield. Maybe you will like them. Zichen spread his hands. This time he had prepared everything. Even though there were only a few things, the amount of resources used to make them was an extremely large number. Hearing this, everyone immediately dispersed. Some went to the exchange, some went directly to the training pavilion, and many went directly to the place where the mother nest was sold. As for Ben's son Lu City, he did not know if anyone would go there next. In short, no one was going there now. Luo Wei stood there, feeling very excited. Obviously, Zichan did not forget about the exchange and had prepared some things to attract people. With all kinds of preparations, it would be impossible for the popularity of Toby City to drop. Because of the various resources here, the popularity of Toby City would soar again. Maybe those people in the depths of the divine realm would come here because of this. Luo Wei walked forward and suddenly saw Riley. The latter was stunned and seemed to have lost his soul. Chapter 28-21. Luo Wei walked towards the trading ground. This time, Zi Chun had given some resources to the trading ground. These resources were enough to attract more people, so he had to go take a look. He didn't want to give too many resources to the trading ground, because too many resources represented a considerable amount of profit. That would bring some trouble to someone like him who had no background. Borrowing the popularity of Benson Lu City, Toby City's popularity reached a peak. Looking at the bustling crowd, listening to their excited discussions, Ben Sonlu was stunned. He had expected Toby City to suffer a crushing defeat, but he had not expected the battle to end in such a way before it had even begun. Riley was standing in another place. He seemed to have lost his soul. Luo Wei walked past him, but he didn't notice. In order to build the trading ground, he had put in too much effort, but he didn't expect things to turn out like this. He had lost, completely lost. This wasn't just a loss of resources, but also his future. Because the losses were so great, the higher-ups needed a scapegoat. Zi Chen returned to the city, Lord's mansion. The Divine King had already walked out of the core area. After seeing Zi Chen, he smiled and said, "Fortunately, I didn't disappoint you." "Thank you, sir. This is just a small token of my appreciation. I hope you'll accept it." Zi Chen handed over a divine ring. There were some resources he had obtained from the Black Order battlefield, including the ancient Tree King's fruit and soul. This was the most valuable thing Zi Chen could take out, but the Divine King might not be interested in it. These resources were useless to the Divine King, so they could only be sold for some god crystals. Of course, god crystals were also the common currency of the divine realm. They could be used to buy other things. The Divine King didn't look at what was in the divine ring. He waved his hand and said, "Put it away. If you need anything in the future, just come find me." No need to trouble, Steward Xiao. Divine King Fevro left on the same day. He had rejected Zi Chen's goodwill. Although it was the sky god who sent him here, Zi Chen still remembered this kindness in his heart. The popularity of the city soared, but a part of it soon disappeared. In any case, there was a new trading ground in Benson Lu City. Many people wanted to take a look inside. The recruitment in the city was still ongoing. Many oracles were queuing up to sign up, fearing that the quota would be filled in advance. The first 6 floors of the training pavilion were all open, and many oracles below level 6 had to pay resources to enter. Because it was unique, the price was not low. Fortunately, the creatures they killed could be decomposed, so it was much less troublesome than going outside. Toby City's development could be considered to be on the right track. With the training pavilion, the popularity of the city would definitely not be low. This time it could be said that Toby City had completely defeated Ben Sun Lu City, and no matter how many tricks the latter had up their sleeves, Toby City's popularity would not fall by a large margin. Now that the matter had been settled, it was time for Zi Chen to continue his cultivation. After all, the most important thing was to become stronger. A few days later, Zi Chen and Yi Qian returned to Yi Qian City. Next, they began cultivating while waiting for LV Peng's return. When he returned, there would be a series of actions. The confrontation between the 2 trading places attracted a lot of attention within the government. But because they knew the people behind Riley, no one was optimistic about Luo Wei. In order to avoid suspicion, they immediately drew a clear line with Luo Wei, leaving him to fend for himself. They did not even hesitate to give up their share of the profits. In their opinion, Luo Wei should be able to hold on for a while and would not be defeated immediately. But when the news spread, it caused a huge commotion. Riley's trading place had been defeated before the confrontation had even begun. It was a complete defeat. When they heard the accurate news, they were very shocked. At the same time, they were shocked by the goddess' generosity. They heard that some of the resources for sale came from the Black Order battlefield, and there were a few fruits that were useful to level 7 divine generals. For them, it was obviously useful. In the meeting room, there were more than 10 people sitting, including Riley. At the moment, his head was lowered, and he did not have the slightest bit of energy. The trading place had been open for more than a month, and its popularity could only be described as terrible. At the moment, no one looked at Riley. As the loser, he was destined to be responsible for this matter. Their eyes would occasionally look at the door, as if they were waiting for someone. Luo Wei had arrived. He entered the meeting room, glanced at everyone, and bowed to the leading old man. "Sorry I'm late." "Just in time. Have a seat." The old man waved his hand gently. Luo Wei walked in last, sitting opposite Riley. They were the 2 with the lowest seniority, so no matter how high their achievements were, they had to be at the back. "Congratulations, Luo Wei." As soon as Luo Wei sat down, a friendly voice transmission came from the side. Luo Wei ignored it. "All right, now, everyone report the profits of your trading places. Luo Wei, let's start with you." The leading old man looked at Luo Wei. Luo Wei's expression did not change. He stood up and said, "I did not count the profits of this trading place, nor do I have the right to." "What do you mean?" Everyone was startled. Luo Wei glanced at Riley and said, "Riley wanted to set up a trading place in Ben Sun Lu City, and there was a competition with the trading place I was in charge of. At the time, everyone did not think highly of me, so they all gave up their own interests and left me to fend for myself. Some people's expressions became unnatural. I had no power or influence, so how could I compete with Riley? So I went to the goddess, and she told me she would think of a solution. But I felt bad, so I transferred the trading place to the goddess," Luo Wei said. "What?" Everyone's expression changed when they heard that. The leading old man said, "Luo Wei, how dare you sell the trading place without permission?" "Selling the trading place can recoup my losses. It's better than being destroyed." Luo Wei said, These past few months, I've been talking to the goddess about the handover. I came back to inform you in advance. Because of the large amount of resources, it will take some time to gather the divine crystals. Seeing everyone's ugly expressions, Luo Wei continued, because none of you are in charge of this matter, I personally negotiated with the goddess. Of course, if you think it's not appropriate, you can ask the goddess for it. Everyone's expressions became more and more ugly. Who would dare to ask the goddess for something that had already been discussed? This was the reason why Luo Wei did not mention Zichen and directly mentioned Yi Qian. Everyone knew that the goddess Yi Qian was the daughter of the Tower Battle God, and the Tower Battle God loved his daughter very much. If it was a legitimate competition of interests, it would be fine. But if it was against the rules, it was obviously impossible. How much did you sell it for? The leading old man asked. The price we paid for the resources when we first established it. Luo Wei said. You're confused. How can you do that? The leading old man was so angry that his body trembled. Luo Wei had obviously sold it at cost price. The others also had a pained expression. Obviously, this price was a huge loss. Seeing everyone's expressions, Luo Wei said, Actually, the goddess offered this price. She didn't want to make things difficult for me, so I sold it at 60% of the normal price. Everyone was stunned when they heard this. Then they smiled bitterly. Compared to the worthless trading place after it was destroyed, 60% of the normal price was already not bad. This price was calculated by me. In the past few hundred years in Toby City, the profits we earned were enough to build dozens of trading places. The reason why Riley wanted to set up a trading place in Benson Lu City was because of the profits there. In terms of profits, there were not many cities of the same level in the 10th domain that could earn more than Toby City. Just the resource exchange alone was a huge sum of money. Everyone looked at each other, unable to say a single word. At this moment, Riley was gloating. These old fellows were all good at scheming. Now, they wanted to get back their share of profits. Who would have thought that Luo Wei would directly sell the trading place? Since it's already sold, this is the only way. But this time, we don't want normal resources. We need the goddess to provide us with battlefield resources. The time can be slightly delayed. The leading old man pondered for a moment and said, Also, the battlefield resources must be sold at 10% of the price in Toby City. I will pass on this to the goddess. This is our last request. No matter what you think of, you must make the goddess agree. Even if they gave up the trading place and didn't support you, it's their fault. After all, the trading place is not private property. Okay, Luo Wei nodded and said, I will try my best. Then, Luo Wei bid farewell and left. The others looked at each other and smiled bitterly. They thought that they could catch this golden chicken that could lay golden eggs again. Unexpectedly, the chicken was sold at a normal price. After Luo Wei left, he went to Toby City. In fact, what he said before was false. He didn't sell the trading place, but he knew what those people wanted. Instead of letting them take advantage of him, it was better to give the profits directly to the Lord. After returning to Toby City, Luo Wei called Toby and Jolina and went straight to Yi Qian City. The ancient tree didn't attack them, so they entered the city smoothly. It was the first time that Jolina saw the changes in the city, so she was very surprised. Zichen and Yi Qian came out of seclusion. Luo Wei told them why he came and what happened before, then looked at them nervously. What do you think? Zichen looked at Jolina. Jolina said, There are only benefits and no disadvantages. Of course, the premise is that we can take out the battlefield resources. Or rather, we need the Lord to see if this deal is worth it because battlefield resources can't be exchanged outside. Zichen looked at Yi Qian again. Yi Qian said, Anyway, the resources are yours. You can decide for yourself. Zichen nodded and said, Then let's buy it. Let Luo Wei take care of the rest. I will give you 10% of the net profits of the trading place. Although it was only 10%, which sounded 40% less than before, Luo Wei was very clear that this 10% was more than the previous 50%, because a large part of the total profits of the trading place would be handed over to the government, and the rest would be given to people like them. But now, after buying the trading place, they didn't need to hand over that part to the government. 10% of the total profits was an extremely large number. You three will handle this matter. As for the resources, leave it to me, said Zichen. Chapter 28-22. Yi Qian looked at Zichen with a worried expression on her face. No, let them wait first. What we need to do now is to ensure the popularity of the trading ground, Zichen said. Yi Qian nodded. As long as Zichen did not go to the Black Order battlefield, it would be fine. Our resources can still be used for a while. Give Luo Wei some resources first. When LV Peng returns, we will discuss other matters. LV Peng had been gone for hundreds of years. With the many spiritual array masters sent by the Sky God, it would not be long before the teleportation array was opened. To them, as long as they had the resources of the Black Order battlefield, they would not mind waiting for 100 years. 100 years was nothing to them. But to Zichen, 100 years was enough to accomplish many things. A few days later, Yi Qian left the Divine City with some resources that Zichen had given her. Since she had bought a trading ground, she should go and meet those people. Yi Qian was brought along by Luo Wei, so they naturally had to meet. After all, they had taken advantage of her. After Bu Lai returned, he went to look for Ben Senlu and told him that Zichen had bought the trading ground. This made him even angrier. After that, he gathered everyone again. Now that the trading ground is Zichen's, we have to think of a way to take it down. We have to take all the resources inside. Ben Senlu said coldly. Everyone was stunned when they heard this. Clearly, they did not know that the trading ground was Zichen's. Then, everyone looked at Qi Wei out of habit. Qi Wei frowned. Whatever the price, I will bear it. Ben Senlu said unhappily to Qi Wei, Don't put on that mysterious look of yours. Qi Wei shook his head and said, Now is not a good time to make a move. Ben Senlu snorted and said, Do I care about timing? Master Lu, of course you don't need timing, but there are too many people gathered in Tobi City. If we act rashly, there will be criticism. Qi Wei said, Moreover, that place has become the center of the city. It is extremely important for the development of this area. Even if the trading ground has changed owners, others will not sit by and watch us fight. Humph! Ben Sanlu snorted coldly. If young Master Lu really wants to fight, then go to the outer regions and destroy Yi Qian cities, Yue Wei said. I don't have any objections. Xian Lin smiled. Moreover, I will fully support you. Sina chuckled and said, Me too. Xavier nodded as well, expressing his support. With everyone's support, Ben's son Lu wasn't happy. Instead, his face was gloomy. Everyone knew that Yi Qian City was in the depths of the city. If one wanted to reach there, they would have to face rank 8 or 9 creatures from another space-time. If he really wanted to attack there, he would need to bring a group of divine generals. Although he had nurtured some divine generals over the years, he could not afford such consumption. Most importantly, that city hadn't expanded yet. Even if they conquered it, they wouldn't be able to get any resources. Although he was a little impulsive, he wasn't stupid. He wouldn't do something that didn't bring him any benefits. Humph! With another cold snort, the crowd dispersed. The attack on Tobi City this time had obviously ended on a bad note. Everything calmed down. Zichen continued to cultivate. His realm was steadily increasing. His comprehension of extreme speed was getting deeper and deeper. However, he still hadn't comprehended the general level extreme speed. After Yi Qian came back, she also entered seclusion. Zichen told her that if LV Peng didn't come back after 100 years, she would bring more resources to the people in the trading area. Time flew. Soon, 10 years had passed. 10 years later, another 10 years passed. In the world, Zi Chen's body glowed. His powerful aura surged. He had comprehended another extreme speed power. However, his realm was still at rank 5. It was also why he wanted to wait. He wanted to let his comprehension of extreme speed catch up with his realm. 50 years passed. Zi Chen had comprehended 8 extreme speeds. Next, he started to comprehend the general level extreme speed. Life Star, outside the Heaven Martial continent. Beams of light appeared one after another. Each beam of light turned into a figure. Hundreds of figures appeared. After they appeared, they all gazed at the planet below. Their eyes were very sharp, and it was as if they could make one's soul sink into them with a single glance. Finally, we're here. The leader of the group looked down as a smile naturally appeared on his face. The sharp glint in his eyes gradually disappeared as his expression once again turned gentle. He was LV Peng, the LV Peng from the Life Star. After hundreds of years of hard work and countless resources, they had finally connected the teleport formation to this place. Guys, this is the last stop. Sorry to trouble you. LV Peng turned around and clasped his fists at the group of Divine Array Masters. Brother LV, you're too polite, said a Divine Array Master next to him. The other Divine Array Masters nodded in agreement, and the sharpness in their eyes faded away. When they first came here, they had started to connect the 2 worlds under LV Peng's lead. It was because of the God of Heaven's order that they had to come. However, as they spent more time with LV Peng, they slowly understood him. Besides being kind, LV Peng's talent amazed them. When they first came here, LV Peng was just a first-level divine general. However, after hundreds of years, he had walked deeper and deeper on the Tao of Arrays. His realm had advanced by leaps and bounds. In just a few hundred years, he had reached rank 6 from rank 1. They had never seen such a speed before. Compared to his strength, LV Peng's attainments in arrays were also directly proportional to his strength. Even they couldn't help but admire him. Therefore, even though they had always been arrogant, they couldn't be arrogant in front of LV Peng. They used to be the main force. Now LV Peng was the main force. 5 years later, in the Tianwu continent, outside the Wuji sect, a huge spirit array appeared out of thin air. One figure after another walked out of the spirit array. After these figures appeared, the entire Tianwu continent sensed their auras. At this moment, it was as if a king had descended. No matter where they were, they could feel a tremor coming from their souls. The disciples of the Wuji sect, not far away, felt it even more clearly. They saw one figure after another flying out of the Wuji sect, looking in their direction with vigilance. They saw the people who had appeared. Their bodies were surrounded by divine light, and their bodies were releasing the majesty of gods. It's the God race. Why is the God race here? Are they going to attack us? Exclamations rang out. Their faces were filled with shock. They had seen the God race before. An aura came from behind. Everyone turned around and saw Zhang Chutian. Sect Master. The Wuji sect's disciples parted. Zhang Chutian's pupils shrank when he saw the God race. Their auras were extremely powerful. Any one of them could destroy the Wuji sect. Now that they had suddenly appeared outside the Wuji sect, he didn't know if they were friends or foes. Chutian. Just at this moment, Zhang Chutian heard a familiar voice. A person walked out of the God race. Grandmaster. Zhang Chutian was surprised to see LV Peng. His worry vanished. Greetings, Grandmaster. Behind Zhang Chutian, the Wuji sect's disciples bowed excitedly to LV Peng. The current Wuji sect still wasn't the strongest sect, but it was the most mysterious. It was the sect that everyone on the Tianwu continent wanted to join. Everyone knew that the Wuji sect had a powerful backer, a backer that could never be pushed down. Grandmaster, why have you returned? Zhang Chutian walked over. After spending several hundred years, I finally connected the transportation array between the two worlds. From now on, this will be the entrance to the God world, said LV Peng. Really? Zhang Chutian's eyes widened in disbelief. How can it be fake? LV Peng smiled. We'll be returning to the God world soon. I'll leave a few people here to guard it. Let's see what Zichen will do. LV Peng didn't stay for long. After bidding farewell to Zhang Chutian, he directly entered the transportation array and disappeared. For safety's sake, there were two God race experts guarding it. Zhang Chutian and the others were still in disbelief as they looked at the transportation array. That mysterious God world was opening to them, just like that. That was the entrance to the God world. There were only 3 years left until Zi Chen's 100-year time limit. LV Peng returned. As soon as he appeared in the city, he felt an oppressive aura. His expression was full of vigilance. The expressions of the divine array masters who appeared after him also changed. A tall, ancient tree appeared in the city. It was at least 1,000 meters tall, and it enveloped the entire city. The sunlight in the city was blocked, and the divine light released by the ancient tree illuminated the city. Whoa! Just as they were sizing up the ancient tree suddenly trembled. Then, one after another, palms made of green light appeared and grabbed the God race experts. Everyone's expression changed when they saw the ancient tree begin to attack. These energy palms paused in midair and then dissipated. Just as they were puzzled, Zi Chen and Yi Qian appeared. You're much faster than I expected, Zi Chen's voice sounded. Greetings, goddess. Greetings, young master Zi Chen. The God race experts bowed to the two. Everyone, there's no need to be so polite. You've all worked hard to build the transportation array, Zi Chen said. Now let's head to Tobi City. Yi Qian and I will hold a feast for everyone. The transportation array is complete, but I've left a few people to guard it. LV Peng stepped forward and said. When LV Peng left last time, he brought all the God race experts with him. Now that the task was completed, he naturally couldn't trouble them to guard it. Zichen nodded and said, In that case, call Monk and the others back. Chapter 28-23. Now that the teleportation array was connected, they needed people they could trust to guard it. If something unexpected happened, their efforts over the past few hundred years would be wasted. Apart from that, the resources they had consumed were also astronomical. Now, the only people Zi Chen could trust were those who had gone to the battlefield. Naturally, he needed them all back. The others were still guarding the teleportation array, while Zi Chen and Yi Qian led the group of divine array masters back to Tobi City. They had to pass through the forest. During this period, the ancient trees did not attack them, so the divine array masters did not know the true strength of the ancient trees. After arriving at Tobi City, Zi Chen and Yi Qian welcomed the divine array masters to thank them for their efforts. During this period, they also gave them some resources as rewards. After a series of rejections, everyone accepted the resources. On the bronze-level battlefield, Tyrant and his group, who had been fighting alone, finally received news from the outside world. The goddess is summoning us back. Tyrant heard the news and stared at the person in front of him. Are you sure? Very sure. The person said, This is the news we just received a few days ago. You must have been on this battlefield for a long time, right? Tyrant asked. More than 1,000 years, the person replied. Since we are on the same side, why haven't we seen you before? Tyrant looked at the person suspiciously. The person pursed his lips and said, Sorry, I'm not on the same side as you, and I'm not on the same side. I'm only in charge of passing the message. The message says that Zi Chen is back and wants you all to go back. After saying that, the person turned and left. He did not even greet them. On this bronze-level battlefield, everyone knew that there was a group of jinxes. Wherever they went, There would be endless battles. Those divine race people seemed to have gone crazy, so no one was willing to get close to them. The person was even more so. After passing the message, he turned and left. He did not want to have anything to do with these people, even if he knew that they were on the goddess side. Zichen is back. When they heard the news, their eyes lit up. Liar, he must be a liar. The monk swore. Zichen has only been gone for a few hundred years. I'm afraid he's still hiding in that mountain, crying for help. How could he come back? That's just your wishful thinking. Zichen has the world. No matter how bad the situation is, he won't ask for help. I believe that Zichen is back. I'm going back now, Xuelin said. What's wrong? Can't wait to get married? The monk asked with a smile. Xuelin glared at the monk. All right, let's not waste time. We've been out for a few hundred years. It's time for us to go back. Su Mengyao said, this time, Zichen asked us to go back. He must have something to discuss with us. Under normal circumstances, she would not express her opinion, but once she opened her mouth, the matter was basically settled. Sure enough, the others nodded in agreement. Don't you think this is a conspiracy? How could Zichen come back? This is definitely a scheme against us. The monk said, looking very vigilant. No one dares to fight in the camp, not even the divine king. Li Ai said, this is the rule set by the gods. No one dares to disobey it. If that's the case, then we'll all go back. The monk changed the topic without any firm stance. Didn't you say that you won't leave until you build a camp? The others turned back to look at the monk with a mocking smile. I did say that I'll build a camp. As for whether I said I won't go back, I forgot. Besides, we came here in a hurry. It won't be too late to build a camp after I go back to gather the troops, the monk said boldly. No one was surprised by the monk's shamelessness. The group turned back. Naturally, a battle was unavoidable. After returning to the camp, they exchanged all the resources they obtained for contribution points. Then, they exchanged the contribution points for resources and left the bronze-level battlefield. They appeared at the same place as when Zichen came back. However, no one surrounded them because there were too many of them. If they wanted to surround and kill them, they would have to find a group of divine generals. The last time they lost more than 10 divine generals, the matter was not small. This time, no one was foolish enough to cause trouble. The group successfully returned to Tobi City. As soon as they entered the city, they noticed the expansion of Tobi City and the rising popularity of the city. They were very surprised. You're finally back. The Lord has been waiting for you for a long time. The moment they appeared, Tobi appeared. Clearly, he had been paying attention to the teleportation portal. Is Zichen really back? The monk asked. He's been back for almost 100 years. Tobi said, Oh, did he escape? The monk's eyes flashed. Escape? No way. The Lord was a level 5 100 years ago. Now he's a level 6. There's no need to escape, right? Tobi said in surprise. Level 6. The monk's eyes widened. He said in disbelief. He reached level 6 so quickly? Did he get something good? Let's go. Take me to him. Even if he got something good, it's not for a baldy like you. Zichen's voice rang out. Who are you calling a baldy? The monk stared at Zichen, who was walking forward. How many baldies are there here? Zichen said with a smile. He then looked around and said, Welcome back. Seeing that all of them were present, he heaved a sigh of relief. Let's rest in Tobi City for a few days. Then we'll discuss other matters. Zichen looked at everyone and said, Is LV Peng back? Su Mengyao came forward. Yes. Zichen nodded. The teleportation portal needs someone to guard it. Some of us have to go. Give me some of the good stuff you got. I'll go guard the teleportation formation. Tyrant followed up from above and volunteered himself. Nothing good, Zichen said, but you've been on the battlefield for so long. Did you get anything good? Of course. They're all good stuff. It's enough for a level 3 or 4 divine general, the monk said proudly. That's good. We'll sell them later. Take it as a gathering of people, Zichen said. The group stayed in the city for 3 days. During these 3 days, everyone had a good gathering. They were curious about Zichen's experience in the Black Order battlefield. After hearing about it, they were shocked. That battlefield was indeed full of dangers. Then they talked about what happened in the Bronze battlefield for hundreds of years. They didn't encounter any great opportunities, nor were there too many bizarre things. There are only battles, continuous battles. They even talked about the monk's vow to establish a camp. The monk didn't blush. He only said that he wasn't ready. Zichen said, "It's still necessary to establish a camp. After resting for a while, you'll lead people into the battlefield and establish a camp." The monk stared at Zichen. "You're kidding, right?" Zichen said, "Does this look like a joke to you?" The monk nodded. The others laughed. Zichen explained helplessly, "The teleportation formation has been activated. People from the Life Star will come here continuously. There will be many divine generals. They will enter the battlefield in the future. Establishing a camp for them in advance will reduce the casualties in the future." Everyone nodded. Obviously, Zichen wasn't joking. Then they talked about some interesting things related to battles. "It seems that you're being targeted," Ichien said. Everyone nodded. This was the only possibility. Otherwise, why would they keep fighting? Is it the Divine King? Is it because of me? Li Ai said shamefully, "I don't know why the Divine King is targeting me. I didn't offend him. Don't think too much. It's not because of you. Maybe it's because of me. Maybe it's because of us." Zichen looked at Li Ai and smiled. Zichen hadn't returned Li Ai's memory to her, nor had he checked it. He had discussed with Yi Qian that he would return Li Ai's memory to her when she was strong enough. However, this time, whether it was the monk being targeted or him being hunted, it wasn't related to Li Ai. It was more likely because of their identities. A group of people from the lower world doing well in the divine world. Of course, some people were unhappy. 3 days later, they returned to the divine city. After seeing everything outside the city, everyone opened their eyes wide. "This is the protection of the ancient trees you mentioned." The monk looked at the ancient trees and said, "Are they the unbreakable defense?" "Let's try it," Zichen smiled. He didn't keep Jono a secret. Swoosh! The monk didn't hold back and rushed into the forest. Seeing this, Zichen shook his head. The monk was too rash. Even those Black Order level existences had to be careful when they first entered the spiritual battles world. As the monk rushed into the forest, the ancient trees didn't hold back and attacked directly. Although Jono's strength wasn't as strong as the ancient tree king, these ancient trees were as strong as they were in the spiritual battles world. The branches began to extend and attacked the monk. The monk held the light shield in his hand and formed a defense. The glowing branches covered the monk and the light shield in layers. "Open for me!" With a loud shout, the light shield exploded and the branches were shattered. The monk flew out and said casually, just "S.O." Just as he finished speaking, more tree branches appeared from all directions, once again enveloping him in layers. Seeing this, Zichen smiled and said, "If you put away your turtle shell, you won't be able to get out of here." With the 9 Extremes weapon, which was specialized in defense, these ancient trees couldn't do anything to the monk. However, it wasn't realistic for the monk to pass through here. With a move of his spiritual consciousness, the branches scattered and the group entered. The monk landed from the sky and put away the light shield, saying, "The defense isn't bad." Zichen smiled and didn't expose him. The group entered the city smoothly and saw Jono. They had to admit that Jono had given them a big shock. The entire city was under its protection. After a short stay in the city, they started their journey back to the Life Star Chapter 28-24. They couldn't suppress the excitement in their hearts. At that time, they had never thought that they could reach this step in the future. Tyrant was also a little emotional. Thinking about the past and the present, he didn't dare to imagine it. The teleport formation lit up again. They walked out of the formation. However, this place wasn't the Life Star. There were two divine array masters outside the teleport formation. Looking around, it was a barren world. L.V. Peng explained, "The teleport formation can't transport long distances. So, we found some remote planets along the way and placed the teleport formation here. This is the first one." Zichen nodded. Apparently, L.V. Peng was talking about guarding the teleport formation here. Not far from them, there was a new teleport formation. L.V. Peng took them in. After repeating this process 4 times, they arrived at the Heaven Martial Continent on the 5th teleport. 2 divine array masters sat cross-legged by the teleport formation. Several miles away from the 2 of them, there were many human cultivators. They stood in the distance, looking in their direction. Apparently, these people had learned the function of this teleport formation from Zhang Chudan. The endless starry sky world was already a distant thing to them. The world of gods was even more unreachable to them. Now, a passage to the world of gods had been opened here. While they were shocked, they were also yearning for the world of gods. During this time, the Wang family was still in an awkward position. As soon as Zichen's group appeared, the crowd became restless. The disciples of the everlasting sect rushed forward, their faces excited. Zichen nodded at them. At the same time, Zichen released his soul aura. The rules of the Heaven Martial Continent sensed his soul aura. Then, this aura spread rapidly through the rules. Then, the Zhanwu continent and the other life stars all sensed this aura. In the sky, the power of the rules surged. A flow of more heaven and earth spiritual energy appeared in the void, gathering towards the Life Star. Zichen's achievement was directly related to the Life Star. The stronger he was, the higher the level of the rules in the Life Star. At this moment, even if the God Clan allowed the alien tribes to attack this Life Star, they wouldn't be able to break the barrier of this Life Star. Because Zichen was now a level 6 general force, he was also a level 6 ancestor general on this Life Star. Countless alien races couldn't break through the space barriers of the same level. People around knew that Zichen was closely related to the Life Star, but they had never seen it with their own eyes. However, as they sensed the changes in the laws of the world, their faces were filled with astonishment. At the same time, the aura emanating from Zichen's body made them feel extremely oppressed. Under such circumstances, they felt that Zichen only needed a thought to kill them. All the creatures on the Life Stars who have reached the Saint King realm can come to the Heaven Martial Continent. I will take you to the divine world. Zichen's voice entered the system. At the same time, his voice went through the system and entered the minds of all the creatures on this Life Star. As long as it was a living creature with a soul on a Life Star, it could hear Zichen's voice at this moment. "Welcome, Forefather." The surging aura in the world gradually dispersed. Zichen had already withdrawn his aura. All the disciples of the everlasting sect immediately walked forward under Zhang Chutian's lead. At this moment, many cultivators had gathered in the distance. However, only the people of the everlasting sect dared to come forward. Zhang Chutian was a member of the Zhang family, and they had Zhang Haoyan's bloodline. Looking at Zhang Chutian, Zhang Haoyan's cold face became slightly warmer. "You've worked hard." Zichen walked toward the 2 divine array masters and gave them a divine ring. Inside the ring were resources, just like the other divine array masters. After declining for a while, the 2 of them accepted the resources. Then, the 2 of them bid farewell and left. As for the divine array masters who were guarding the teleportation formations, Zichen had already given them resources. After the 2 of them left, Zhang Haotian, Xing Chen, Lei Ting, and Tyrant also left. They needed to guard the 4 teleportation formations. The Divine Array Masters would also leave with them. Then they returned to the Everlasting Sect. When they returned, the original members of the Everlasting Sect were still filled with emotions. They had never thought that the once largest, strongest, and most influential sect on the Life Star would become like this. However, Zi-chan was very calm about this. There was always a reason for the revival of a sect. The original Everlasting Sect had been destroyed in such a short time because he wasn't good at management. As a result, the other disciples of the Everlasting Sect didn't have a place to belong. That was why the Everlasting Sect was divided and destroyed. Although there weren't many disciples of the Everlasting Sect now, they still existed. This was pretty good. He no longer pursued the so-called number 1 or the greatest sect. On the same day, the leaders of the various forces of the Martial Heaven continent gathered outside the Everlasting Sect, requesting to see Zi-chan. Clearly, they were in a favorable position. Since the Divine World's teleportation formation was here, they were naturally the ones who would benefit the most. Wherever there were humans, there would be disputes. All sacred kings of the Everlasting Sect and above will leave with me, said Zi-chan to Zhang Chutian. Everyone is leaving. Zhang Chutian was startled. Zi-chan knew what he was worried about, so he said, "Yes, everyone is leaving." In their eyes, the Martial Heaven continent was filled with disputes and grudges. Once the experts left, the Everlasting Sect would definitely be suppressed. However, if they were to arrive at the God Realm and see everything, they would definitely feel that the disputes here were nothing much. Zhang Chutian nodded, indicating that he would immediately give the order. Go and tell those people outside that as long as they are willing, they can go to the Divine World. However, once they reach the Divine World, they will have to listen to my arrangements. Of course, if they aren't strong enough, there's no need to talk about it. The Divine World wasn't a place for sightseeing. The reason Zi-chan had been able to stand there wasn't because he was powerful, but because of Yi Qian's status as Goddess Yi Qian. His current accomplishments were partly due to his own efforts, but it had to be said that the other reason was Yi Qian's status as a goddess. If he didn't have Yi Qian, it would have taken him tens of thousands of years to reach his current level. Zi-chan left the Everlasting Sect and saw that the family clans were still waiting outside. You can all disperse. Zi-chan waved his hand and said, no matter what grudges you have with the Everlasting Sect, as long as you reach the Divine World, you can enter. Don't think that the Divine World is good. It's much more dangerous than here. Not to mention sacred kings. Even martial ancestors will be in danger at any time. Hearing Zi-chen's words, the group of patriarchs dispersed one after another. Since Lord Zi-chen had said such words, he naturally wouldn't go back on his words. Regarding this, the Wang clan also let out a sigh of relief. Zi-chen raised his head to look at the sky and muttered, "It's time to bring them out." Swish! His figure disappeared from where he was standing. He arrived in a world of nothingness, and as far as the eye could see, there were no living creatures. He released his soul and shouted toward the void, "I'm here, you can come out." As his voice fell, the void began to distort, and lightning filled this world one after another. Following that, a large palace appeared. Known as the Life Star, the most mysterious, lightning divine palace, appeared in front of Zi-chen, just like that. "What do you want to do?" A cold voice came from the lightning divine palace. "I want to bring them away." Zi-chen said, "They're doing well here." The cold voice sounded again. "I want them to become stronger. I've established a force in the divine world, and I feel that it's more suitable for them to develop there." Zi-chen said, "Are you sure?" "Very sure," Zi-chen said with certainty. That cold voice fell silent. "I don't know if they can grow quickly here, but in the divine world, I have a way to increase their strength quickly. Furthermore, I need them now." Zi-chen said again, A moment later, a sigh sounded. All right then. In front of them, the lightning divine hall that was still hidden within the void suddenly released rays of intense light, one after another. Within those intense light rays, one figure after another appeared. The first to appear was an azure dragon. Its body was several thousand feet long, and its body emitted endless azure light, with the aura of the ancestor realm surging on its body. Following that, a furious roar sounded, and a white tiger came out from it. Rosefinch and black tortoise followed closely behind. The former 4 great sacred beasts, the 4 great sages who had long fallen, appeared in front of Zichen. During the battle in Lightning Divine Palace, everyone had died. Only Su Mengyao and the other 3, under Yi Qian's lead, walked out alive. However, after Zichen turned into a skeleton and walked out, he discovered Monk, Devil Ape, Zhang Haotian, Longhu, and a few other existences. When he was in Lightning Divine Palace, he was certain that these people were already dead, but he didn't expect that they were actually still alive. At that time, Zichen had a certain guess in his heart. Until today, when he clearly sensed the location of Lightning Divine Palace with his soul, this guess was confirmed. The brilliance in front continued to flash, and man sure appeared. Shang Guanhong appeared. Jin Qingqing appeared. Dong Qing appeared. Wu Xia appeared, and so did obey the heavenly Tao and divine fate. One after another, the figures who had died in the battle back then appeared one after another today. Great sage Yin Zhong appeared, and so did the second disciple of the craftsman ancestor. All the seniors from back then had all appeared. Zichen. A voice came from above, and it was Wang Qiong, brother-in-law. Beside Wang Qiong stood a person, and it was Wang Shan. Zichen, I finally see you. A ray of light rushed towards Zichen, and it was Sunling, Zichen's eldest disciple. She was very excited, her dress fluttering, and her black hair dancing in the wind. She stretched out her arms and pounced towards Zichen. This time, Zichen didn't dodge and was hugged by her. I thought I would never see you again. Tears rolled down her cheeks. Chapter 28-25. All the experts from back then had returned today. They were true experts, and every one of them had already reached the great sage realm. There were even a few progenitor realm existences. Back then, when Zichen saw those who died in the Lightning Divine Palace, regardless of whether they were from the alien races or from the life stars, their corpses and weapons would all disappear. He guessed that the Lightning Divine Palace could devour souls. After that, when he saw Monk and the others, he had even more guesses. Today, his guesses had come true. On the way back, the group recounted their encounters in the Lightning Divine Palace. After their souls were taken away, they were muddle-headed for a long period of time, until their souls woke up one day. Then they began to reconstruct their physical bodies and grow. Zichen had only brought a group of people with him. Currently, there were many experts in the Lightning Divine Palace. There were a few generations of experts who had entered the Lightning Divine Palace and died in battle. In the end, their souls were revived in the Lightning Divine Palace and remained there. Although Zichen lacked people, he couldn't bring those people out. The existences in the Lightning Divine Palace couldn't possibly give him all of them. He brought everyone back. In the Wuji sect, when Yi Qian and the others saw these people, they were stunned. They were in disbelief. Obviously, in their minds, these people had already died in the Lightning Divine Palace. Brother! Wang Xian, cried out in surprise and rushed towards Wang Qiong. Wang Shan, who was beside him, looked at them with a smile. A group of experts had returned and powerful auras surged. The Tianwu continent was shaken once again. When Wang Qiong and the others saw the scale of the Wuji sect, they were puzzled and asked for the reason. Naturally, a disciple of the Wuji sect told them everything. When Wang Qiong heard this, he frowned. Those damned bastards. Wang Shan's face was cold. It's already over. The Wuji sect is doing pretty well now, said Zichen. Since everyone has returned, it's time to enter the divine realm. Zichen was very surprised to be able to bring them back this time. At the same time, he was also very excited. He was originally worried that there would be too few people on the Life Stars. Now, with these people, with their potential, they would be able to advance quickly. Especially the 4 sacred beasts, they were the leading figures when they entered the Lightning Divine Palace. There was also the Injong Great Sage and the other great sages. The craftsman ancestor and his disciple met. Both sides were extremely moved, carrying endless emotions. In short, everything was a happy ending. We'll head straight to the God world. You'll know the situation there once we arrive. After a short distance, Zichen said. Everyone nodded. With their soul perception, they naturally knew how powerful Zichen was now. He was even stronger than the 4 saint beasts of the ancestor realm. They had been in the Wuji sect for less than half a day. When they left the Wuji sect, they saw a group of people kneeling. Clearly, the Wang family had always sent people outside the Wuji sect to inquire about the Wuji sect. Naturally, they knew the ancestor of the Wang family. Greetings, patriarch! These people saluted Wang Qiong and Wang Shan. Disperse. Wang Qiong glanced at them. They were all unfamiliar faces, but through his bloodline perception, he knew that they were all from the Wang clan. Welcome back, Grand Ancestor. The group of Wang family disciples said again, Let's disperse. We will enter the deity world directly and never return. Even he felt unfamiliar with the current Wang family. Naturally, he wouldn't go back. Moreover, the 2 of them knew very well why they were here. Wang Qiong and Wang Shan entered the teleportation formation. The 2 Longhu Supremes stayed here to guard the teleportation formation. At the same time, they were in charge of the others' teleportations. In the next few teleportations, Monk and the others were surprised and excited when they saw the people from back then. Of course, before they left, they didn't forget to tell them that their realms were too low. At the same time, they didn't forget to deliberately show off their realms. Monk was still the same monk. Everyone laughed loudly. When they returned to the God City, they were shocked to see the towering ancient tree Jono had turned into. For them, this was a strange world, but also a world full of opportunities. They would never forget how they were killed in the battle back then. It was said that the extremely powerful existences in their eyes were only false gods, the weakest existences in the God world, but their battle strength completely suppressed them. For the cultivators on the Life Stars, the God world was undoubtedly the most mysterious place. At the same time, it was also the place they yearned for. After arriving here, Zichen introduced them to the structure of the God world, as well as their current situation. When they heard that Zichen had his own trading ground, they were shocked. At the same time, they could also feel that Zichen wasn't easy. Now, let's increase our strength and do our best to reach the Divine Envoy Realm, Zichen said. After reaching the Divine Envoy Realm, Zichen could provide them with many resources to help them break through quickly. In addition, the 9th heavenly god still had the inheritance they had obtained last time. Those inheritances hadn't disappeared yet. With his own trading ground, Zichen had plenty of resources. Now, they just had to wait for their realms to reach the Divine Envoy Realm. As for the 4 divine beasts who had reached the Ancestor Realm, they began the first step of the trial. It seems that we have to go back to the city, Yiqian said to Zichen. Zichen nodded. In the future, people from the Life Stars would continuously enter this place. The number would only increase. He had to build a trial ground for these people in advance so that their strength could increase quickly. The God world had its own trial grounds, but those trial grounds might not be open to Zichen. He couldn't always rely on Yiqian's connections. He had enough mother nests here, so he didn't have to worry about not having the lowest level of creatures from another spacetime. Now, what he needed to consider was where to place the trial grounds and the entrance. Regarding this problem, Zichen could only ask Vini for help. For now, there aren't many people. We can let the mother nest set up a temporary trial ground. It's very easy for her. However, as more people come, we'll have to build a real trial ground. It's just the entrance to the most basic trial ground. There's really no need to put it in this city. It's a complete waste." Vinny thought for a moment, then said, "Master, you can set up another city. When the time comes, we'll put the most basic trial ground outside." It couldn't even be considered the most basic trial ground because the targets of the trial were sage kings and great sages. On the life stars, they were all experts. But in the god world, they couldn't even be called the weakest. Hearing Vinny's words, Zichen decided to set up a city. "Master, the level of the city doesn't need to be too high," said Vinny. Zichen knew what Vinny meant. A city with too high a level would be useless, because in the end, it would still be guarded by the tree spirits. Therefore, Zichen returned to Toby City and used his contribution points and divine crystals to buy a general grade city. After that, he decided to set up a city. While Zichen was arranging everything, the sage kings and great sages of the life stars had also arrived at the Sky Martial Continent. When there were enough people, they would be teleported here. After that, they would train until they reached the Ancestor Realm. During this time, Zichen also put a lot of resources in the trial grounds. Everything was developing smoothly. In the new city, there were no tree spirits to guard it. According to Jono, he hadn't transformed yet, so there wouldn't be any tree spirits in the ancient tree for the time being. Vinny had previously told Jono how to control the mother nest. This method was obviously useful to Jono. Therefore, Jono wouldn't suppress the tree spirits that appeared in the future, but he would control them and let them develop on their own. In this way, all the tree spirits would be under his control in the future. Soon, 50 years had passed. Because Zichen hadn't caused a big commotion, no one continued to pay attention to them. Although Ben Senlu's trading ground was still in a bad state, with the contrast of the nearby cities, it had gained some popularity. 2 years later, Jono advanced for the first time. After the upgrade, a few fruits grew on Xiao Nua's tree trunk. Zichen asked Jono when he would reach the level of Ancient Tree King. Jono told him that he would need to transform at least 7 or 8 times. However, this time, Jono obtained the souls of 2 tree spirits. One of them was brought to another city by Zichen. As for the previous one, it grew with the help of the surrounding ancient trees. This kind of growth was tacitly approved by Jono. Even its soul was under Jono's control. In the second city, another towering ancient tree appeared. During this time, Zichen constantly provided it with vitality, allowing it to grow quickly. After that, the ancient tree outside the city grew. After reaching a certain size, Zichen stopped providing energy. The next city was guarded by this ancient tree. A few divine generals were left in the city. The entire divine realm was still quiet. No one came to find trouble with Zichen. In the blink of an eye, another 50 years had passed. Obviously, it was time for Zichen to provide the resources of the exchange ground. After 100 years, Tyrant's realm broke through to level 6. He brought Zhang Haotian, Xing Chen, Lei Ting, and the others back to the bronze level battlefield. According to Zichen, they were going to open a camp on the bronze level battlefield for the other people on the Life Star to train. Zichen did not have many resources left from the battlefield. The resources of the mother nest in the exchange ground were also not many. More people came to the divine realm and developed in an orderly manner. Everything seemed to be on the right track. Zichen took out a small amount of resources, and this time it was all paid. However, if they wanted other opportunities, they would have to go to the battlefield to find them. After everything was arranged, Zichen began a long period of seclusion. 15 years later, Zichen broke through again, reaching level 7. The resources he obtained from killing the ancient tree king were completely used up. The resources of the mother nest in the exchange ground could not keep up. Moreover, The people who came here needed resources. Zi-Chen once said that he would never enter the Black Order battlefield again. However, after reaching level 7, he had the idea of entering the battlefield again. Chapter 28-26. Although Zi-Chen's second city had been built many years ago, it had yet to truly develop. The city was currently mainly used for training. There were several mother nests that controlled the level of the training for people to train in. In addition, there were several level 5 powerhouses guarding the city. Among them were his master, Limitless, and his wife, Qingnu, ambushed. Zi-Chen frowned when he heard this. Who would ambush them in this desolate area? It's creatures from another space-time. There are a lot of them, and they have already surrounded the city. Yiqian said, I just received the news. Although it's not a big deal, I don't think it's that simple. Let's go and take a look. Zi-Chen walked outside with Yiqian following behind him. When he built the city, Zi-Chen had deliberately expanded it towards the periphery, which meant that it was closer to the space-time creatures in the depths. The distance between that city and Yiqian City was a full 100,000 li. Because the distance between the two sides was too far, Jono was temporarily unable to sense what was happening there. The teleportation array between the two cities had yet to be built. After Zi-Chen left the forest, he teleported towards the second city. The controller of this city was Zi-Chen, but he hadn't given it a name yet. After teleporting and appearing outside the city, Zi-Chen and Yiqian appeared. The city in front of them was already surrounded by creatures from another space-time. Most of these creatures were level 8 or 9, and there were a few divine generals on the periphery. At this moment, these creatures from another space-time were fighting with the ancient trees outside the city. The two sides were on completely different levels. These creatures from another space-time were killed one after another. Their corpses were wrapped around by the ancient trees and brought to the tree spirit through the ground. Zi-Chen didn't see his master, Limitless, outside. There was still a barrier above the city. Clearly, this city hadn't been captured. Are they probing? Zi-Chen furrowed his brows as he looked ahead. At this moment, some divine race powerhouses noticed Zi-Chen and Yiqian. They were all level 1 divine race powerhouses. Occasionally, there would be a few level 2 divine race powerhouses. After seeing the two of them, their eyes flashed with cold light and they rushed over without hesitation. How can there be a level 2 general celestial? Yiqian cried out involuntarily. Her understanding of the mother nest was no longer the same as before. She knew that the strength of the Tian clan was closely related to the mother nest. The higher the level of the mother nest, the stronger the celestial race would be. Right now, a level 2 general heaven race had appeared. This was enough to prove that there was a level 2 general mother nest behind them. Before Yiqian could ponder any more questions, the celestials had already arrived. Zi-Chen took a step forward, and a beam of golden light formed from the power of yin and yang shot forward. Wherever the golden light passed, a powerful shockwave was formed. Those Tian clan-s that stepped forward were all killed. An energy shockwave killed dozens of divine generals. Before their corpses fell to the ground, another shockwave sent their corpses flying forward. When the corpses fell into the forest, the ancient trees in the forest immediately swept up the corpses of the Tian clan divine generals and carried them into the city. Very quickly, the ground outside the city trembled, and ancient trees grew out one after another. Because they were tree spirits that had been born not long ago, the ancient trees they created were not very strong. They could easily deal with those creatures from another space-time and could even fight against level 1 and 2 Tian clan-s. If they wanted to reach Jono's level, they would need a long time. However, if tree spirits wanted to continue growing, as long as they had resources, there would be no bottleneck. Right now, it was only a city from another space-time, and there were no threatening Tian clan-s. From another perspective, it could be considered a good thing for tree spirits. However, Zichen kept feeling that something was wrong, because why would such a group of creatures from another space-time come here for no reason? The battle in front was still ongoing, but no Tian Clan S continued to rush over. Zichen hesitated for a moment, then walked forward. He walked forward, not making a move during this period. When the Tian Clan S saw Zichen, they all moved aside. On the other hand, the creatures from another space-time did not care and immediately charged towards Zichen. The energy on Zichen's body fluctuated, forming a powerful wave that shook all the creatures from another space-time into the forest. The ancient trees in the forest immediately attacked, killing them all. He and Yi Qian smoothly entered the forest, and the ancient trees did not attack them. Very quickly, the two entered the city. Wu Ji and the other experts were all standing in the city, and there were even many saint kings and great saints from the life stars. When they saw what was happening in the outside world, their faces were filled with shock. Obviously, it was the first time they knew that the ancient trees in the periphery would take the initiative to attack, and it was actually so terrifying. Master. Seeing Zichen's arrival, the others bowed to Zichen. Master, what's going on? Nodding to the others, Zichen came in front of Wu Ji. Wu Ji shook his head and said, I'm not sure either. There are suddenly so many creatures from another space-time and Tian Clan S. Before this, tree spirits felt a powerful aura. Powerful aura? Zichen was startled. An aura that threatened it, but it quickly disappeared. When I rushed outside, I didn't notice anything strange, Wu Ji said with a serious expression. But tree spirit is sure that it is not an illusion. It seems that some powerful existence has its eyes on us. Zichen frowned and said, Could it be those mother nests in the depths? The area he was in used to be the territory of a general-level mother nest, and after it was killed, it left the city here. I don't know, so I sent a message to let you take a look. Wu Ji shook his head and said, If that was just an accident, then the situation here is actually good for tree spirits. With these creatures from another space-time here, it can grow quickly. I'll go take a look around. Zichen and Yi Qian left the city again and teleported away. During this time, Zichen seemed to have a lot on his mind. What's wrong? Yi Qian looked at Zichen. I'm worried that this is a deliberate attack. If the mother nests in the depths really send out an expert, then it'll be troublesome, Zichen said. It can't be, right? Isn't there a default level of fighting? Yi Qian said, That's true, but if an expert came and destroyed this place in an instant, no one would know, right? Zichen said, What if a celestial race, godly king comes? He can wipe out our city in an instant. It was no wonder that Zichen had this kind of worry, because after he broke through to the 7th level, he had the idea of going to hunt down a low-level, general-level mother nest. After all, he had the world, so he could do it without anyone knowing. That's hard to say. Yi Qian was also worried. Obviously, rules were only rules, and not everyone would abide by them. Even if someone took responsibility for this matter later, Zichen couldn't afford such a big loss. Zichen said, After we go back, let LV Peng start connecting the teleportation arrays of the two cities. This way, even if there's danger, they can escape immediately. Yi Qian nodded. Originally, Zichen wanted to wait and deal with it for a while until he had completely planned the follow-up development. Now, it seemed that he had to bring it forward. No matter what, safety first. Hundreds of thousands of miles away, Zichen saw a general-level mother nest, but it was only a first-level one. During this time, Zichen didn't sense any aura that threatened him. After sensing everything, his figure disappeared, and then he flew in another direction. Obviously, he didn't want to cause any unnecessary trouble. After that, Zichen encountered another first-level general mother nest, but he didn't find the second-level one. After searching for a while without any results, Zichen returned to Yiqian City. After that, he asked Su Mingyao to take a few experts there. Su Mingyao's divination technique could sense danger in advance and turn misfortune into good fortune for everyone. At the same time, he also asked LV Peng to set up a temporary teleportation array in the city. This way, if a crisis occurred, everyone could leave immediately. After doing all this, Zichen still felt uneasy. Thus, he sent Shadowless out to see if he could see everything that he couldn't. After that, Zichen told Vinny that there weren't many mother nests left. They had to find a way to hunt some. Although Vinny also had mother nests, these mother nests were his people. Of course, Zichen couldn't kill them and sell them according to the quota. Besides, the people who came from the Life Star obviously needed the mother nest's resources to break through to the next realm. Master, this is one of my clones. It can sense those mother nests. A beam of light fell from the sky, turning into a small figure of a mother nest. Zichen took it and left. Then he teleported to a faraway area and let the mother nest clone sense it. After a short time, Zichen obtained more than 10 mother nests. Since he could teleport, he crossed several areas and didn't rush to rob one area. After returning, he gave some of these mother nests to Wuji's master and left them for the participants. Then he gave some to Yi Qian and sent some to the trading place. Then Zichen continued to cultivate. After what happened last time, he felt the importance of increasing his realm. Thus, as soon as Shadowless came back, he would enter the Black Order battlefield immediately. It seemed that his city was invincible here. However, he understood that any god king could destroy his years of effort in just a blink of an eye. 3 years later, Shadowless returned and reported that he didn't find anything strange. Zichen had asked Vinny about this before. The latter told him that some strong existences might have come to the outside world to patrol, and the tree spirit had sensed them by chance. If the war hadn't broken out, there wouldn't have been any experts coming here. Zichen relaxed. However, the teleportation array still needed to be built quickly. Before leaving, Zichen sent another batch of creatures from the other space to Tobi City. Then, he entered the Black Order battlefield again. He left this place to Yi Qian and the others. As for how the city would develop, it would depend on them. Of course, safety was the first priority. Entering the Black Order battlefield again, Zichen was full of fighting spirit. Chapter 28-27. During the hundreds of years when Zichen was resting, he had broken through from level 5 to level 7. When he came to the Black Order battlefield again, he was no longer as nervous as last time. Even if he encountered a level 8 or level 9 expert this time, with his various means he could fight against 1 or 2. Not to mention killing, at least he could survive. His spiritual senses spread out and scrupulously and probed the surroundings. This Black Order battlefield was undoubtedly a heaven-like existence for all the experts, because the resources here could allow people to break through quickly. This could be seen from Zichen. After entering the spiritual battle world once, he obtained resources that allowed him to reach level 7 directly. He even had more resources to give to Monk and the others. Otherwise, with those resources, he should be able to reach level 8 in one fell swoop. Now that he came to this world again, Zichen came to break through. His region needed a true powerhouse to oversee it. The so-called real expert was naturally an existence comparable to the Divine King. Within the range of spiritual senses, Zichen found more than a dozen level 6 war beasts. His figure flashed and he flew forward. Those level 6 war beasts, after noticing the abnormality, raised their heads and saw Zichen appear in the sky. They clearly felt Zichen's realm, but they were not afraid. In this world, a level 6 was not necessarily unable to fight against a level 7, not to mention that they had an absolute advantage in numbers. With one roar after another, a powerful aura surged in the forest. These level 6 war beasts flew toward Zichen. Chen stood in the air, the yin and yang light flowing on his body. Sharp blades, formed by the power of yin and yang, flew forward. Puff, puff, puff. These level 6 war beasts that rushed forward were pierced by the sharp blades. Under the inertia, their bodies flew toward the sky for a while and then fell to the ground. All the war beasts that rushed forward died in an instant. Chen's figure fell, and energy appeared from his body, rolling up the corpses of the war beasts on the ground. These could all be exchanged for resources. A dozen level 6 resources was not a small number. Chen did not know where he was. After sensing the location of the camp, he flew in the opposite direction, killing everything in his path. He would not go to the camp because he did not need supplies. The huge world was enough to sustain all his consumption. On the first day, Chen had killed more than 50 level 6 beasts. On the second day, he had killed close to 100 level 6 beasts. In just 2 days, he had advanced tens of thousands of miles. Looking at the entire battlefield, there were not many people at the same level who could be so efficient. During this period, Chen walked and stopped, releasing his spiritual senses. The last time he entered the spiritual battles world, he killed an ancient tree king and made great progress. If he found another spiritual battles world this time, he would be very lucky. Of course, this was only Chen's one-sided wishful thinking. Although this world had the spiritual battle world, no one could be lucky enough to enter it twice in a row. This should be a level 6 area. Chen walked for 5 days, and all he met were level 6. During this period, he saw a few level 6 divine generals, but they deliberately avoided them. He did not show up, nor did he kill them. Killing a level 6 divine general, he could only get the resources in the other party's divine ring. In the divine rings and space rings he had obtained before, there were no records of this area. Yes, divine clan. Within the range of his spiritual senses, Chen found a divine clan. This was the first divine clan he had found in a few days. The divine clan's black token could be used to exchange for contribution points and could even upgrade the black token. Whoosh! Chen's figure disappeared. He did not let the other party go, just because he was level 6. His figure teleported, and he looked down at the level 6 divine clan below. Under his feet, a beast was already dead. He looked up and saw Chen. After feeling the aura on Chen's body, his face changed. Buzz! Light shone on his body, and a powerful aura surged out. He rushed toward Chen without hesitation. As he rushed forward, he clenched his right hand into a fist, and a surge of energy gathered in his fist. He then punched at Chen. On the fist, a ferocious beast head appeared. The beast head roared, and the sound waves entered Chen's mind, causing ripples in his soul. Obviously, this punch was some kind of powerful battle technique. Not only was it powerful, but it could also affect the soul. There were no ordinary people who could reach this world. Facing this punch, Chen did not dodge. He still stood in the air, and he did not even put up a defense. Arrogant! The other party roared, and the energy on his body became even more violent. The beast head on his fist expanded again, and his aura became even more powerful. The fist stopped when it was 3 inches away from Chen's head. A strong wind blew in all directions. The divine clan's cold expression froze, and the violent aura on the surface of his body receded like the tide. Chen looked at the other party calmly. Beside him, the sky-piercing god needle turned into divine light and disappeared. When he was at level 5, he could easily kill a level 6. Now he was at level 7. After collecting the other party's body and the dead beast on the ground, Chen continued to move forward. His purpose was simple. He wanted to gather a certain amount of resources and then return to the camp to exchange for resources to break through again. Before he gathered enough resources, he would not go back. He did not want to cause trouble, and killing a divine general did not bring him much benefit. As he moved forward, Chen took out the other party's space ring. After opening it, he found some resources inside. There were quite a lot of resources. In addition, he also saw a jade scroll with a map recorded on it. Picking up the jade scroll, Chen probed it with his spiritual sense. In the other party's jade scroll, there were several color labels. During this period, this area was marked green. Even the nearby areas were marked green. In a deeper area, it was marked yellow. The yellow area was obviously much smaller than the green area. Further in, there was an area that was not very big, and that area was marked with a dark red color. At this time, in addition to these color labels, there was also a route recorded. It should be the direction where the dead level 6 came from. He came from another green area. During this time, he deliberately avoided the red and yellow areas and came here. Through the color comparison and the other party's route, Chen guessed that the green area should be the less dangerous area. On the other hand, the red area was the most dangerous. Putting away the map, Chen continued to move forward. He went straight in, wanting to take a look at the yellow area. All the beasts he encountered along the way were killed. A few days later, he found the Divine Clan again. This time there were more of them. There were 5 of them, and they were all level 6. Chen stepped forward and attacked without hesitation. The battle ended in an instant. He opened the 5 people's space rings and took out 5 maps. The labels on them were all the same. Even if the 5 of them formed a team, they still did not dare to go to those 2 areas. The green area was very large. Even if Chen walked in a straight line, it still took him nearly a year to walk there. Of course, he did not teleport. It was more of an experience. During this time, he killed many divine clans. He deliberately avoided all the divine clans he encountered and did not attack. Boom! Just as he reached the edge of the yellow area, Chen sensed an energy fluctuation. The fluctuation was not far from here. He immediately released his spiritual sense. In his spiritual sense, he sensed that there were 2 level 6 divine clans fighting. From the looks of it, they were not sparring at all, but fighting to the death. This kind of situation seemed to be rare. Could it be that there is a grudge between the 2 sides? Chen frowned slightly, then flew forward. Other than the grudge, one of the 2 might have some kind of treasure on him. Chen hid in the dark. In front of him were 2 level 6 divine generals fighting. The 2 of them displayed all kinds of powerful attacks. When they reached the outside world, each of them could easily defeat an existence of the same level. They could even fight above their level. At this moment, the 2 of them were locked in battle. Chen wanted to eavesdrop on their conversation and find out why they were fighting. Unexpectedly, the 2 of them kept silent and did not communicate at all. Boom! The surging energy kept surging. Below them, trees were broken one after another, and smoke and dust were everywhere. Both of them were level 6 divine generals, and there was not much difference in their levels. It was difficult to determine life and death. At this moment, Chen heard the sound of something breaking through the air. Someone was flying in his direction. More people are coming. Do you still want to fight? One of the level 6 divine generals sneered. The other level 6 divine generals obviously sensed this as well. His expression became extremely gloomy and he hesitated. Chen expanded his spiritual sense and found that the people who came were all level 6 divine generals. There were 6 of them. He felt strange. Why didn't he encounter so many divine generals along the way? He had just arrived in this area, and he found so many level 6 divine generals. When the 6 level 6 divine generals arrived, they saw the 2 of them fighting. The 2 of them did not talk much and immediately started fighting. This scene caused Chen to be incomparably shocked. The 2 of them who were originally fighting had formed an alliance to fight against the 6 of them. However, with the difference in numbers, the 2 of them were naturally no match for the 6 of them. They began to retreat. Let's go. Seeing that the situation was not good, The two of them used a secret technique to escape. Humph, can you run? One of the 6 snorted. Immediately, array flags appeared in his hand. The array flags flew into the air and froze the void. A misty light appeared, blocking Zi Chen's vision and isolating his spiritual sense. He did not know what happened in the array, but he could guess the fate of the two of them. As expected, the battle did not last long. The array from before dissipated, and 8 people entered and 6 left. They fought without saying anything. Zi Chen became more and more confused. At this moment, one of them turned his head to look at the void. A light flashed in his eyes. It was an eye technique. The void around Zi Chen trembled, and his hidden figure appeared. There's one more. After seeing Zi Chen, the 6 of them were stunned. What do you want? Zi Chen looked at the 6 of them. The leader's lips curled into a cold smile, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. Kill him! The 6 level 6 divine generals rushed toward Zi Chen, a level 7 divine general. Buzz! Chapter 28:28. In the misty array, Zi Chen stood in the air, his black robe fluttering. On the ground in front of him lay 5 lifeless corpses. Of the 6 level 6 divine generals from before, only one was alive. He looked at Zi Chen in horror and kept begging for mercy. It was too terrifying. In the blink of an eye, he had killed 5 people. Ryan had seen more than one level 7. He knew that level 7 was strong, but definitely not to the extent of being invincible. All of them had their own special means. Even if they were facing a level 7, they could still fight and even kill them. This was why they took the initiative to attack without hesitation. But they didn't expect that the next battle would end in an instant. All 5 of them were dead, and only he was left. This caused his heart to be filled with extreme fear as he looked at Zi Chen with a face full of shock. Zi Chen looked at him and said indifferently, "Tell me, why did you attack me?" "Sir, please spare me, please spare me," Ryan begged in horror. Zi Chen furrowed his brows and said, "Then tell me, why did you attack the others? Do you have a grudge or some other reason? Tell me, and I'll let you live, or you'll die." Ryan looked up at Zi Chen and found that he was not joking. He hurriedly said, "We don't have a grudge. We just want his token." "Isn't it impossible to exchange tokens of the same camp?" "What do you want them for?" Zi Chen asked. Ryan said, "I'm not going back to the camp to exchange for them. If you go all the way from here, you'll meet a merchant who specializes in buying black tokens. You can use resources to exchange for black tokens of the divine race." "Oh, there's such a thing?" It's true, sir," Ryan said in horror. He was very worried that Zi Chen would not believe him and kill him. When he saw the battle earlier, Zi Chen had doubts in his heart. Now that he heard Ryan's words, he believed it a little. But what he didn't understand was whether the person who made the exchange was in the yellow region or the red region. "Okay, you can go." Zi Chen looked at Ryan. "Thank you, sir, thank you." Ryan's face was full of gratitude. After expressing his gratitude, he immediately flew into the distance. The array from before quickly disappeared after its master was killed. When Zi Chen learned about the rules of this battlefield, he felt that it was a pity that his black tokens could not be exchanged for resources. He did not expect that there would be such a gray area on this battlefield. It seemed that there was no absolute good or evil at any time. Zi Chen stood in place and watched Ryan leave. Although he knew the use of the token, he didn't want to kill Ryan, even though he guessed that Ryan must have more than one token. He reached out and put the 5 corpses into his world. With the existence of this gray area, there were no absolute enemies or friends in this world. At the same time, the tokens that he was about to throw away had come in handy. Damn it, why didn't I think of it earlier? So it's him. Ryan ran far enough. His face was extremely gloomy as he murmured, "If I had recognized him earlier, I would have left immediately and sent the message back. But it's fine now. Since you're the only one who reported the news, the reward naturally belongs to you." A smile appeared on Ryan's face again. He did not notice that when he left, someone had been following him. Hearing Ryan's murmur, Shadowless turned around and shouted into the distance, "Zichen, he recognized you. He's going back to Gaomi now." As soon as Shadowless finished speaking, the void distorted, and a god's avatar appeared. Along with the god's avatar, the heavenly needle appeared. Poof! Ryan sensed that something was wrong. As soon as he turned around, before he could say anything, the heavenly needle penetrated his head and destroyed his soul. A divine light flashed, and the god's avatar disappeared. The light flashed again, and Shadowless walked out of the world. He looked at Zichen and asked, "How did you know that he recognized you?" Zichen said. The look in his eyes changed in an instant. Although he covered it up with shock, I still feel like there's something wrong with it. I just don't know when he recognized me. Was it last time or this time? If it was last time, it was many years ago. At that time, he was still very weak, and there were many people who wanted to kill him. If it was this time, it clearly indicated that the news of him entering this place was found out by someone with bad intentions, and he would be in trouble. Let's go and take a look inside first. Zichen turned around and walked toward the yellow region marked on the map. Stepping into this region, the air became very cold, and the temperature suddenly dropped. When they moved forward again, some fog appeared in the forest. Interesting. Looking at the fog, Zichen showed a faint smile. Shadowless turned to look at him. "This fog is poisonous and very poisonous. No wonder the level SAXS marked it as a yellow region and are unwilling to set foot in it." Zichen said, "You have to use energy to maintain your body here. Even level SAXS can't stay here for long." He looked into the depths of the forest. "It seems that I accidentally came to a very interesting region. If level SAXS didn't dare to stay here, then obviously those who dared to stay here were level 7s and above. For the current Zichen, this level of existence was still quite attractive." The two began to move forward. The fog became thicker, and Zichen's body had light flowing around it. In fact, his physical body was strong enough that this poisonous fog couldn't do anything to him at all. But out of caution, he let the light flow around his body. As for Shadowless, it didn't affect him at all. Under normal circumstances, this kind of place contains hidden threats. While moving forward, Shadowless looked around and said aloud. Zichen nodded slightly. This was a deal that couldn't be seen in the light, so it was naturally not allowed by the two forces. It was natural for it to be placed in such a place. After he had gone about 5 kilometers, he heard an angry roar from afar. He immediately released his spiritual sense, but soon he retracted his spiritual thoughts. The poisonous fog here had the effect of blocking spiritual thoughts. It was like being blindfolded, unable to explore the surroundings. Let's go and take a look. Unable to explore with spiritual thoughts, he could only move forward quickly. Shadowless walked in front, and Zichen followed behind. The airflow moved the thick fog, and the fog began to roll and spread in all directions. And Shadowless, who was in front, didn't cause any changes in the fog wherever he passed. A dangerous aura suddenly appeared in Zichen's mind, and he subconsciously stopped. A cold light flashed in front of him. The cold light was like a sharp blade, but also like a sharp thorn cutting through the void. Whoosh! The attack missed, and the cold light flashed and disappeared. What happened? Shadowless stopped in front and turned to look behind. Zichen didn't respond. His spiritual thoughts were spread all around, but he didn't sense anything before. If it wasn't for his sharp senses, he would have been hit just now. But what made him feel strange was that the attack just now was like an illusion. After missing, it disappeared and couldn't be seen at all. Shadowless walked to the back and looked at Zichen with a serious expression. "I was attacked just now," Zichen said. "Oh." Shadowless was very surprised and immediately walked around. No one could see him, but he could see everyone. However, after walking around once, he did not find anything. He walked to the opposite side of Zichin and shook his head at Zichin. Zichin obviously didn't believe that this was an illusion, so he walked forward. This time, he walked very carefully. Shadowless followed beside him and paid close attention to the surroundings. This time, after walking for a full mile, the two of them didn't encounter anything. Just as Zichin was beginning to wonder if he was hallucinating, the alarm in his heart rose once again. Another cold light appeared from the side and slashed towards Zichen's neck. Zichen's body flashed with light, forming a defense. Because he wasn't sure of the strength of the attack, he put up a yin-yang defense. The sharp thorn slashed across the surface of the defense, making ear-piercing sounds, and sparks flew everywhere. Zichen's vision was blurry, and he couldn't see anything. Whoosh! The attack missed again, and nothing happened after that. The thick fog in the air was still rolling, telling him that it wasn't an illusion. It's a humanoid creature. The attack was from its claws. Shadowless's voice came from the side. He clearly saw what just happened. But after the attack, its body disappeared. Did it hide? Zichin asked. It doesn't look like it, Shadowless said, because I can't feel the power of space. Nodding slightly, Zichin closed his eyes. The next moment, he opened his eyes and looked around. Yin-yang light flashed in his eyes, turning into yin-yang eyes. The thick fog around him became clear at this moment. He could even see through the fog and see dozens of meters away. But there was nothing in his eyes except for the fog. He furrowed his brows and continued to walk forward. Shadowless still followed beside him, carefully observing the surroundings. The commotion from before couldn't be heard now. After walking for a few more miles, the danger in his heart appeared again. This time, when Zichin put up his defense, he also stared ahead with his yin-yang eyes. In front of him, a sharp thorn appeared as if it appeared out of thin air. Behind the thorn, there was a humanoid creature. The creature's body emitted mottled light spots. Its pair of eyes looked at Zichen's yin-yang eyes coldly. Whoosh! Zichen's defense was instantly broken. At the same time, the attack slashed across Zichen's neck, leaving a bloody wound. When the attack disappeared, the creature's body also disappeared. Zichen didn't care about the bleeding wound on his neck. Under his gaze, the humanoid creature from before disappeared in an instant. Its appearance was very unexpected, just like Zhang Haoyan's killing move. But unlike Zhang Haoyan, it didn't hide in the void. Instead, it disappeared into thin air. Zichen couldn't see it, even with his yin-yang eyes. You still haven't noticed? Shadowless asked. Zichin shook his head, and his body began to shine. Chapter 28-29. Zichin opened his world. Streaks of law power fell down like raindrops. There were many types of law power. They fell from the sky and covered a radius of dozens of feet. The humanoid creature Zichin saw before wasn't hiding in the void. He was very familiar with Zhang Haoyan. He knew that hiding in the void would cause space to shake. This was a method Zichin had never seen before. Shadowless couldn't see anything wrong with it. His yin-yang eye couldn't find it either. Thus, he could only rely on his world's law. His world was almost perfect. The laws he comprehended before, and the laws that were naturally derived from the growth of his world, caused more and more laws to appear in his world. He didn't know which law to use to find the being hiding in the dark. Luckily, he used all his laws. He believed that one of them would be able to find it. As the laws fell, the mist around started to roll. Everything became clear. It was as if Zichin used his yin-yang eye. Everything within the coverage of the laws was clearly visible. There was only mist around. There was no humanoid creature. Even the laws can't find it. Shadowless was surprised. Or did it escape? Chen shook his head and said, "No, take a closer look." "Look at what?" Shadowless looked around. He didn't find anything unusual. "Look at the mist." "What's different?" Chen said. Shadowless looked at the mist that looked exactly the same. He quickly found something different. "The color of the mist is different." Chen nodded as a smile appeared on his face. Under the perception of the laws, this slightly darker fog is very thick and is clearly different from ordinary fog. Could it be that the enemy is hiding in this thick fog? But isn't this too unbelievable? Shadowless felt that it was unbelievable. The mist was so thin. There was no space technique used. How could it hide a person? If I didn't see it with my own eyes, who would believe it? With a thought from Chen, even more rule power descended from the sky. After the rule power descended, the thick fog became even dimmer, and the slightly darker fog from before became even deeper and more obvious. One was transparent, one was clear. The difference was getting bigger. There was quite a lot of this kind of dark fog in the surroundings. How did it split its body? Shadowless asked while looking at the dark fog. "I'm not sure, but I can make it return to its original form." As soon as he finished speaking, the rules changed, causing the surrounding dark fog to tremble. As the thick fog trembled, the thick fog began to gather as if it was fusing into a humanoid creature. This humanoid creature was exactly the same as the one they had just seen. After the other party's figure appeared, there was a hint of shock in his cold eyes. Shwa! Shwa! The thick fog around them surged and turned into humanoid creatures one after another. There was actually more than one here. After their figures appeared, they immediately ran towards the periphery. It was obvious that they were intelligent. Whoa! In the sky, the power of rules trembled, forming cage after cage of rules, trapping them within. The great thousand world is indeed full of wonders. This kind of existence that can merge with the fog is almost unheard of. Looking at the humanoid creature in front of him, Shadowless was also shocked. At this moment, the humanoid creatures were all trapped by the rules, and their bodies could not move. Chen carefully looked at them and saw that there were many light spots on their skin, and their bodies were surrounded by fog. Chi! He pointed out a finger, and the finger light pierced through the forehead of a humanoid creature. The moment it pierced through the forehead, he sensed the location of the other party's soul and forcibly destroyed it. The humanoid creature's body fell to the ground, and a cloud of thick fog gushed out from its body. Its physical body disappeared, leaving only a human skin that emitted light spots on the ground. This is... Seeing this scene, Chen's face revealed a look of surprise. Even Shadowless curiously moved forward. He bent down and picked up the human skin. It was smooth and elastic, and there were rules flowing on it. Chen didn't know what was going on, but he could sense that this piece of human skin should be very valuable because the rules that lingered on it were naturally formed. For some craftsmen, this was a good material of nature. Next, Chen killed all the humanoid creatures nearby. After they died, their bodies turned back into fog, and there was no flesh left, only glowing human skins. Putting away these human skins, Chen closed the world and continued forward. During this time, they would occasionally be ambushed by humanoid creatures. During this time, Chen tried to kill them, but he did not succeed. Their bodies seemed to be able to turn into fog at any time, invisible and traceless. Only by using the world's rules could they reveal their true forms and kill them. After obtaining dozens of human skins, Chen and Shadowless came to a swamp. This place was still filled with poisonous fog, but it was even thicker. Spiritual thoughts could not be used here, so Shadowless walked in front to scout the way while Chen floated in the air behind him. During this time, Shadowless vigilantly looked around to see if anything unusual happened. Mud splashed, poisonous fog tumbled, and a current surged. A gigantic creature rushed out from the swamp below and pounced straight at Chen, who was in the air. Zi Chun quickly dodged, but he was still one step too late. Crack! His leg was bitten by the creature, and the yin-yang defense on the surface of his body was flickering and could break at any time. Zi Chun looked down and saw a huge crocodile. It had thick yellow scales all over its body, and its sharp teeth bit Zi Chun through the defense. Its eyes were extremely cold and filled with brutality. In less than a breath, Zi Chen's defense shattered, and at the same time, Zi Chen's body disappeared. His attack missed, and Zi Chen heard a huge bite sound. He did not know if the crocodile had broken his teeth. He stood in the air behind the giant crocodile and pointed a finger at it. A finger light containing the power of yin and yang quickly fell and flew straight for the crocodile's head. Clang! The finger light hit the crocodile's head, and there was a loud clang and a series of sparks. His attack, containing the power of yin and yang, did not break the crocodile's scales. What? Seeing this, Zi Chen's eyes widened in disbelief. He knew very well how strong his attack was. It was definitely one of the best among his peers, but he did not break the crocodile's defense. Smack! At this moment, the crocodile's long tail came and hit Zi Chen's waist, sending him flying. The excruciating pain in his body made Zi Chen rejoice. First, it was the mysterious humanoid creature, and now it was the crocodile with strong defense. He told himself that he could not be careless anymore. Fortunately, his physical body was not weak. Otherwise, that strike just now would have shattered a few of his ribs and caused him serious injuries. However, what shocked him was the crocodile's strong defense. Even his attack with the power of yin and yang could not break it. Although he did not use his full strength earlier, this was too terrifying. This place was so dangerous. How did those level 6 enter the depths to trade? Actually, Zi Chen didn't know that those LV6 experts wouldn't enter the depths to trade because they couldn't enter this region at all. Every once in a while, a person in charge of trading would come to the periphery. Zi Chen did not ask about this, so the level 6 did not mention it. Moreover, he could see that Zi Chen was a level 7, so he would not stay in the periphery to trade. After sending Zi Chen flying, the crocodile pounced on Zi Chen again. Zi Chen noticed that the crocodile's speed was not very fast, but it was very fast when it exploded. This time he was prepared. He easily dodged the crocodile's attack and flashed behind the crocodile. Before the crocodile's tail could reach him, a light flashed in his hand, and one of the 9 Extreme's weapons appeared. The long saber was unsheathed, and the power of yin and yang surrounded it. He immediately stabbed downward. Poof! The long saber immediately pierced through the crocodile's head. The crocodile's body struggled in the air for a while before it stopped. It seems that this area is marked yellow for a reason. Shadowless looked at Zi Chen in the air and said, "Even you are in trouble. Those level 6 will only die if they come." Zi Chen put away the crocodile's body and nodded. "Indeed, but I'm curious. Level 6 can barely move around here. How did they get in?" "Who knows? Even I didn't notice the crocodile before," Shadowless said. "Looks like we can't be careless anymore." Zi Chen was much more careful when he moved forward again. Shadowless moved forward on the ground, carefully observing everything in the swamp. Soon he sensed the crocodile's trace. After killing a few more crocodiles, Zi Chen finally passed through the poisonous fog. After passing through the poisonous fog, fresh air rushed to his nose, and his spiritual thoughts recovered. As he spread his spiritual thoughts, he saw a 2-story building more than 10 miles away. There was someone living here. Was it the person in charge of trading? Zi Chen's heart skipped a beat, and he immediately flew forward with Shadowless. When they arrived outside the 2-story building, Zi Chen didn't know if he triggered some kind of restriction, but the door of the building opened by itself. Just as Zi Chen was wondering, an indifferent voice sounded from inside. "If you want to trade, come in." Zi Chen continued to spread his spiritual thoughts around. During this time, he didn't find any danger. He didn't even find a single battle beast. It was as if he had already passed through the most dangerous area in this area. The door was still open, and the person inside said impatiently, "If you don't want to trade, then leave." Zi-chan retracted his spiritual thoughts and walked forward. The other party's attitude was so bad. Was this the only one? After entering the building, the door behind him closed by itself. Then Zi-chen realized that this place was obviously isolated from the outside world. Chapter 2830. This was a small general store with a dozen or so items on the counter. Among them, the most eye-catching item was the Heaven Race's Black Order, as well as some other resources. Behind the counter sat a middle-aged man. He raised his head and glanced at Zi-chin, then said indifferently, "What do you want exchange for? Go and see for yourself." Zi-chan walked forward and saw the number 2 on each of the 3 Heaven Races' black tokens. The 3 tokens were of the 5th, 6th, and 7th level respectively. The meaning was obvious. They needed 2 tokens of the same level to exchange for them. Since this was a gray area, there were obviously benefits to be earned. 1 for 2, Zi-chin could accept it. However, what confused Zi-chin was that the other party was clearly a divine general. Could it be that the token he took back was going to be exchanged with someone else? With this question in mind, Zi-chin looked to the side and saw a jade bottle. Inside the bottle was a pill with the words "Divine Pill" written on it. 3 level 6 tokens could be exchanged for 1. What is this divine pill? Zi-chin asked curiously. The last time he was at the trading ground, he had never seen such a thing. It's a pill that can instantly heal injuries. It's effective for level 7 and below, including level 7. The shop owner said impatiently. Hearing this, Zi-chen's expression changed. If that was the case, it was somewhat similar to the pills he had seen before. But here, 3 useless level 6 tokens could be exchanged for 1, which was extremely worth it. Immediately after, Zi-chen's gaze was attracted by a crude yellow armor. The armor's material looked the same as the giant crocodile outside, and the price was 10 level 6 tokens. Is this made from the skin of the giant crocodile outside? Zi-chen asked. Yes. The other party snorted, his attitude not very good. Then do you accept this kind of thing here? Zi-chen asked again. You do. The other party raised his head and looked at Zi-chen, his expression not changing much. Yes, what's the price? 1 skin for 5 tokens. According to the refining method in front of him, a piece of leather could be made into 2 sets of armor, which could be sold for 20 black tokens. However, the other party had exchanged it for 5 black tokens, which meant that he had made quite a bit of profit. It should be known that each token was equivalent to the life of a level 6 Black Order Master, which was even more amazing in the outside world. Zi-chen planned to exchange all of the tokens he had on him. Since they were useless, he would naturally exchange them for the celestial race's black tokens. The rest of the items here were of little use to him, including the pills that could instantly restore his strength. Suddenly he thought of something and asked, "Do you accept this kind of thing?" What Zi-chen took out was the rule human skin that the humanoid creature had turned into after its death. At this moment, the rule laws were still flowing on it. When the other party saw the human skin, his indifferent eyes flashed with light. "Misty Shadow, do you accept it?" Seeing the other party staring at the human rule skin in his hand without blinking, Zi-chen put it away. "How did you kill Misty Shadow?" the other party asked. "I have no comment," Zi-chen said indifferently. He felt an unusual aura and said, "If you don't want it, then forget it. Tell me the method, and I'll give you 100 level 6 black tokens. Moreover, it's from the celestial race, which is enough for your token to advance to level 3. The other party stared at Zi-chen with fervent eyes, but also with a hint of warning. Zi-chen shook his head and said, "I don't know the method." I just killed it by accident, and I only have this one on me. If you can kill it by accident, who knows how many misty shadows here would have died. Tell me the method, and I'll give you 200 celestial races, black tokens. Otherwise, you won't be able to walk out of here. The other party said coldly. Are you threatening me? Zi Chen looked at the other party. That's right, I'm threatening you. The other party's eyes became colder and colder. Either die or tell me the method. Feeling the other party's cold killing intent, Zi Chen's expression didn't change much. He finally said, I want to know, after you trade here, will you take the things here and enter the depths of the red region to trade with others? You're very smart. Tell me the method, and I'll give you the token. You can go inside to trade. There are more people there, and there will be more resources. You won't regret it. Zi Chen nodded and said, I understand. Do it. Are you really courting death? The other party's eyes flashed with killing intent. Zi Chen sneered. Why are you being so pretentious? If I don't tell you, I can live a little longer. Once I tell you, I'm afraid I won't be able to walk out of here. Smart. The other party's mouth curled into a sneer. However, before his smile spread, he saw Zi Chen disappear in front of him. In the next moment, a dangerous aura emerged from the bottom of his heart. His expression changed, and he threw a punch to the side. A fist light appeared beside him. The fist light was surrounded by the power of yin and yang, surging with a violent aura. Boom! The two attacks collided, and a powerful tremor spread out in all directions. Zi Chen's figure was completely revealed. Gold and silver light flowed on his body, and his eyes were cold. In front of him, the shop owner was directly sent flying. Humph! I wanted to trade with you properly, but I didn't expect you to have such evil intentions. In that case, I'll kindly accept these things. Zi Chen sneered. With a wave of his right hand, he put away the counter. The shop owner's figure retreated far away. He was also at the 7th level. After wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, he said indifferently, I didn't expect to meet a tough nut. This is good. My brothers haven't met an interesting opponent in a long time. As soon as he finished speaking, a teleportation array appeared beside him. A powerful aura surged from the array. In the blink of an eye, there were 4 more people present. Including the shop owner, there were a total of 5 7th level cultivators. Boss, why did you call us out? As soon as they appeared, a brawny man asked. The shop owner, who was called the boss, looked at Zi Chen and said, he killed a misty shadow. He's a tough nut. Didn't he just take away our shop? Hearing this, the others looked at Zi Chen. Kid, you have some skills. How do you think I should kill you? The man from before said to Zi Chen. Zi Chen said indifferently, I don't know how you're going to kill me, but I know how I'm going to kill you. Interesting. You're really arrogant. As soon as the man finished speaking, a look of anger appeared on his face. He shouted, You're too arrogant. Because Zi Chen was already rushing towards them. This scene completely enraged them. The energy on their bodies instantly went berserk, and the aura of a 7th level divine general erupted. Zi Chen approached and punched out. His target was the brawny man. Boom! The 2 attacks collided. The energy violently spread, and the brawny man was sent flying. Chi! Chi! Attacks came from both sides. They landed beside Zi Chen and penetrated Zi Chen's body. It was an afterimage. Their expressions changed instantly, and they subconsciously wanted to retreat. It's too late. Zi Chen's voice sounded from behind a 7th level divine general. At the same time, his fist, which was surrounded by yin-yang light, appeared. He punched the man's back. A powerful energy burst out, and the man flew forward. As he flew forward, the man was seriously injured and coughed up blood, but he didn't die. The robe around him exploded, revealing the yellow crocodile skin armor within. So that's how it is. A cold smile appeared on Chen's face. "Kid, no matter how powerful you are, don't even think about leaving here alive." The brawny man who was sent flying earlier flew back and said coldly to Chen. He wasn't injured, and it was obvious that he was wearing the same kind of crude armor. Whoosh! Chen disappeared from where he was. As if he had teleported, he appeared beside the brawny man. "As I said, you have to die." The aura of the brawny man was completely berserk. He threw a punch at Chen, who was close to him. The fist radiance passed by and shattered Chen's body. Another afterimage, damn it! The brawny man cursed angrily. He turned around in an instant and punched again. However, just as he turned around, a long saber, which was emitting yin-yang light, stabbed at his chest. Puff! The brawny man's armor didn't block Chen's attack. The saber radiance went straight into his chest. At the same time, the berserk yin-yang force went straight into his mind and destroyed his soul. Both of them were at 7th level. Chen, who had used the yin-yang force, naturally won. The brawny man retreated. He stared at Chen with his round eyes and fell backward. Fifth brother. When the others saw this scene, they shouted one after another. When they looked at Chen again, their eyes were filled with extreme resentment. Whoosh! Chen used extreme speed again. In the few hundred years since he left this battlefield, Chen had not only risen to Class 7, but he had also caught up in his comprehension of the true intent of extreme speed. Now that he was using extreme speed again, it was simply not something that those of the same class could compare to. In addition to the protection of the 9 Extremes weapon, it could be said that those of the same level would die, even if they were at the Black Order level. Unless they had a defense that could resist the 9 Extremes weapon. Puff! After 2 breaths, another person was killed. This person was ranked 3rd. Puff! After 1 breath, the 3rd person died. "I want you dead." The original shop owner's aura became berserk. His skin turned into stone instantly. His body became abnormally huge like a giant. A berserk aura emerged from his body. He threw a palm at Chen. This trading shop had become a space that was infinitely large. The palm print covered the sky and fell on Chen's head. Chen's figure flashed and rushed upward. He used the unity of man and saber to rush upward. The saber light tore the palm print and went straight to the giant above. Puff! The giant's head was penetrated. Its huge body smashed into the space like a collapsed mountain. Boom! With a loud bang, the entire space trembled. Only one of the 5 was left. The last person was a middle-aged man. At this moment, his face was filled with horror. As the black token in this world, he had seen many opponents and had seen many geniuses during this period. Those geniuses were very powerful in one-on-one combat, but they couldn't defeat the 5 of them together. In addition, his big brother was cautious and never attacked anyone above 8th level. But he didn't expect to meet such a tough guy today. The other party killed 4 of them in an instant. Even divine generals of the same level would find it difficult to achieve such a level of combat strength. You're tuning in to the Thunder Spear YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.